sure if your mic's on.
Okay. Welcome, everyone, to the August 22, 2019 Delta Stewardship Council meeting. Let's start with establishing a quorum with Ken Weinberg on my right.
Weinberg, present.
Demerol, present.
Fiorini here.
Tatayan here.
Moranian here.
Villegas here.
Great. So we've got a quorum. Next agenda item 3 will be in closed executive session, expecting to return about 9:50. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We are returned from closed session. There was no action taken. On to agenda item 5, adoption of July 24, 2019 meeting summary.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Mike Gatto, seconded by Randy Fiorini. Any discussion? Okay. Then we'll go to the vote.
Weinberg, aye. Gatto, aye.
Demerol, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Tatayan, aye.
Villegas will abstain, was not present.
Okay. Meeting summary adopted. On to the chair's report. Very brief report this morning. I had the privilege of participating in a panel on August 6th. The panel is the Water Resilience Portfolio team, the smaller team, the state team presented at the State Water Resources Control Board meeting. And it was a good meeting. The board was quite supportive, as you would expect. And at this phase, the Water Resilience Portfolio team is still taking comments, with a draft expected by October. And that's it for my chair's report for today. Oh, Randy.
It just occurred to me that I have something along these lines to report. You will recall at the April DPIC meeting, we presented a white paper offering recommendations for improving Delta Science funding and governance. The DPIC received that and agreed to establish a work group to address how to implement that white paper. 4 subgroups have been meeting, each with a chair and a writer. The writers have all come from our Delta Science program, and I'm pleased to tell you that each of the subgroups has finalized their draft submittals. The steering committee, which consists of Amanda Bowl, myself, the subcommittee chairs, and writers, will be meeting next Tuesday to collate these 4 reports into a final report. And it looks like I can say with a great deal of certainty that we will meet our goal of having this prepared and presented to DPIC at the November meeting. And I guess parenthetically, I have to add that a lot of people didn't think we could do it. So it's getting done.
Well, I thought you could do it. So on to agenda item 7, executive. Oh, yes, Ken.
Just under council member comments, I just wanted to note thank staff and Keith Coolidge specifically for helping plan next month's meeting of the council in Orange County, in Councilmember Gatto had made that suggestion back at our retreat, so really want to thank staff, and especially Councilmember Moranian, who makes a phone call and gets high-level people to commit to participate in what's going to be a focus on reduced reliance. So thank you, Maria. And I think it's going to be a really interesting meeting, and we'll hear a lot of important information on that. So I know I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, thank you, Ken. Thanks for the reminder, and thank you both to Maria and Ken for coming up with agenda item ideas and pulling the people in. It's going to be a good meeting with a couple of really good panels. So, Jessica.
Thank you. Good morning. On August 12th, council staff took part in a boat tour with staff from state parks and the Department of Water Resources of the Sacramento River. This was to visit areas critical for habitat and downstream ecosystems, including the Delta. The goal of the tour was to increase our understanding of the river's impact on the Delta and to build ties among agencies who are doing similar work in the system. Topics of the tour included state parks restoration efforts, land use impacts along the river, water rights, and endangered species concerns. Included in your binders today is the Council's July Outreach Highlights Report. Of note is last month's Social Science Task Force Workshop, which was a popular item on social media. And if you have any questions about our outreach efforts or the report, please let me know. In response to council member interest in better understanding the range of projects that council staff are tracking and reviewing in the Delta, we have provided a draft active projects list for you, which can be found in your binder. It's in the pocket, looks like this. The table outlines state, regional, local, and other projects that staff is currently tracking, including both potential covered actions and related plans and programs. We'd appreciate any suggestions from you regarding the draft format of this table for future use, and we'll try to update it quarterly or more often if that's needed. If you have any questions regarding the letters we send, the table, or would like additional information on a specific project, please let us know at any time. We'd be happy to follow up with you. The council did send 2 comment letters this month. The first letter was to the Solano County Department of Resource Management regarding a proposed general plan amendment to incorporate policies regarding ecosystem restoration at Cache Slough. The letter states that the amendment may meet the definition of a covered action, outlines Delta Plan policies that may apply, and recommends that the county continue meeting with council staff through early consultation. Jeff Henderson, our planning deputy, and assistant planning deputy Harriet Ross attended a July 16th public hearing before the County Planning Commission to offer comments summarized in the letter, and met again with county staff on August 14th to discuss potential revisions to their proposed policies, and I'm told it was a very productive meeting. The second letter was to the Tri-Valley San Joaquin Valley Regional Rail Authority regarding its draft Valley Link feasibility report. The project is a proposed railway that would link Tracy and Stockton to existing Bay Area transit systems, including BART. Staff have previously submitted comments on this project and met with the authority on the project's notice of preparation. On personnel announcements, the council welcomes back Andy Vong. Andy returns to us, promoted as an information technology associate, where he will work to ensure that the council's ever-growing IT needs are met. We're excited to have Andy back, as he's a vital part of our IT team that keeps the council going. Now I'm going to invite Ryan Stambra up for legislative report.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair Tatayan, council members. Pleased to be back before you here. With the interim recess now 3 weeks out, the legislature is moving towards a fiscal deadline of August 30th for bills to advance to the floor in their second house. Active bills failing to advance out of appropriations by the end of this month will become 2-year bills and be subject for further consideration at the beginning of next year. And with that, happy to be joined by Dr. Kate Melanson, who will be presenting the first of 3 bills to discuss this morning.
Thank you for having me again. Again, I'm Dr. Kate Melanson, and today I'm going to be talking to you about Assembly Bill 912, introduced by Representative Maritsuchi from Assembly District 66, located in southern Los Angeles, about regulations on marine vessels to decrease the transport of marine invasive species. Species are considered invasive when they cause economic, ecological, or public health issues or harm after being introduced to a new environment. Boats and commercial vessels transport invasives via hull attachment or biofouling, and ballast water routinely circulated into boats' hulls to maintain seaworthiness. The control of invasive species is addressed in the Delta Plan Chapter 4 in the Ecosystem Restoration section, and in the Delta Plan Policy ERP5. AB 912 proposes delaying implementation of the interim standards for the California Marine Invasive Species Act by 10 years to 2030, because according to the bill, the goal to have 0 detectable living organisms in ballast water is not feasible at this time. Instead, the current highest achievable standard set by the U.S. Coast Guard would be enacted. In the meantime, AB 912 promotes research on how to end transport of these non-native species. This may be done through pilot programs through the State Lands Commission, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Water Board, and the Coast Guard. This research may fill a necessary knowledge gap in scientific and industrial knowledge so that the goals originally set out by the Marine Invasive Species Act may be achieved. Ballast water and invasive species are not new topics to the Delta Science Program. A review of a shore-based ballast water treatment program to comply with the original California interim standards was administered and completed by the Council from 2013 to 2017. The feasibility study established some pathways toward meeting the interim standards, but verification would be required through pilot studies like those proposed to be done by the State Lands Commission and others in the bill. An implementation plan with possible next steps was developed and should be kept in mind moving forward. In terms of invasive species, the ISB is currently conducting an invasive species review regarding those invasive species in the changing Delta ecosystem. And the Delta Science Program is co-sponsoring, along with the Delta Interagency Invasive Species Coordination Team, a symposium at UC Davis next week focusing on remote sensing and management of invasive species in the Delta. There has been no opposition to this bill, and it is supported by its co-sponsor, the State Lands Commission. The bill currently resides in appropriations.
Great. Thanks, Kate. Members, maybe just to push pause for a second here, you may notice typically in your binders each month are the language of the bills, the bill text themselves, as well as the analysis for each bill. As we move towards ADA compliance, in terms of the documents that we put up on our website, we are currently working kind of through a few additional issues to make sure that those documents that are legislatively developed documents can go up on our website as well. So I anticipate next month, hopefully, to have that all resolved for you. So my apologies for kind of being a little out of step this month in terms of the bills, as I was noticing. The next bill I'd like to discuss is AB 638 by Adam Gray. This is from the Assembly member from Merced County, which would require the Department of Water Resources, in collaboration with the Bureau of Reclamation and the U.S. Army Corps, to identify water storage facilities vulnerable to climate change impacts and ways to mitigate those impacts as part of the next California Water Plan. As the council will recall, earlier this year, DWR released its vulnerability assessment looking at how climate change could impact the department's assets and business activities. Not only does AB 638 seek to advance that work, but as the council moves forward with its own vulnerability assessment, which will consider water supply reliability impacts associated with climate change, among other things, there will likely be a substantial amount of new information to better inform decision-making on this front going forward. So certainly something to look forward to there. This AB 638 is supported by the California Groundwater Coalition as well as the Valley Ag Water Coalition, with no opposition on file. and AB 638 is currently on suspense in the Senate. Moving very quickly on to Senate Bill 204 by Senator Bill Dodd, relating to state water project contracts. Members, this was a bill I presented in the spring, and previous versions sought to augment the legislature's scope of review for state water project contracts by, among other things, adding Delta conveyance-related contracts to the legislature's purview, as well as adding additional compliance criteria for long-term water supply contracts, which are currently subject to legislative review. The bill was subsequently amended and would now provide the California Water Commission, rather than the legislature, with the prescribed authority to annually review the design, construction, and financing of any new Delta conveyance. Supported by a number of environmental organizations, as well as local coalitions, including the Delta Counties Coalition, SB 204 failed to meet the July 10th policy deadline and is now a 2-year bill. And then finally, turning to Capitol Hill, where earlier this month the Trump administration finalized its proposed rule changes to the Endangered Species Act. As the council will recall, at the direction of the council, Executive Officer Pearson submitted a letter to the Register on those proposed changes last September, expressing concerns with regards to listing decisions being based on factors other than the best available scientific information, as well as how future conditions associated with events like climate change appear to have diminished when determining whether to list a species. This latest action by the Trump administration may be seen by some as providing further justification for the introduction of Senate Bill 1 by Senate President Pro Tem Tony Atkins, a bill which would establish minimum federal environmental, public health, and labor standards as state baselines in the event Congress or the President repeals or weakens corresponding federal standards. SB 1 is currently on the suspense file in Senate Appropriations. And Madam Chair, that concludes my report. Our report. Happy to answer any questions.
Council members, any questions? I have a couple of questions on AB 912. Did we inform the drafting of that bill with any of our science?
We did not inform the drafting of that bill with ours. The review was provided, I believe, as I looked at John, I believe that our review was provided at the State Lands Commission, correct?
Yes.
Oh, good.
So,
Okay.
And I'm sure that informed the bill through that review.
I know that we did work a little bit with State Lands Commission, talking to them.
Great. And on SB 1, I know it's on suspense, but did you say to the minimum? What was the wording?
The bill would create, let me make sure I get this right here, state baselines. So the current standards under, for instance, California Endangered Species Act would be the minimum baseline with which SB 1 would push forward. There are a number of, I believe, questions as to how that would work in terms of the federal-state relationship, but yes.
Okay. I think I understand. I don't know why or how it ended up in suspense, but I'm wondering if we're putting forth a minimum baseline and scientific research shows otherwise. Was there an avenue for adjusting from the baseline? So maybe first, the fact that it's on suspense is, as you may be well aware, is related to its fiscal considerations rather than policy considerations. In terms of further, as the fact that California is typically free to adopt its own standards as long as it doesn't fall below federal kind of baseline standards. However, when standards are pegged to a federal, when the state standards are pegged to a federal standard, which I believe is the case for ESA, for instance, when the federal standards fall below,
there's the subsequent movement on the state standards as well. The interesting thing to maybe point out with the regulatory changes that were proposed is these were largely clarifying, and so these weren't changes, obviously, that required any additional congressional approval. So in large part, what was done was defining terms that were previously undefined. Foreseeable future, for instance, was one in which had not been previously defined. And so what this proposed rule did was begin to kind of draw a box around the length of time with which listing decisions could be considered. So this was largely clarifying, but certainly substantive in terms of how it would be interpreted.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Ryan. Sure, Oscar.
Actually, if I could just go back very quickly, on the projects list, the executive director's officer's report, I think the purpose of it was to sort of provide us with a list of projects with maybe some feedback. And I just want to make sure I understand, on the list itself, under the status, there's some consistency in terms of, comment letters, early consultation, coordination, or anticipating certification. I'm assuming those are kind of the ways in which we describe kind of where it's at. And I just want to make sure I understood what that meant for purposes of our review, because this is something we'll get, I'm assuming, on a regular basis. So is it fair to say a comment letter is what would typically come first, and then there's early consultation and coordinate? And I just want to make sure I'm understanding how to read this so that it's a value, because I know there's a lot of work that goes into kind of updating these descriptions, and I wanted to understand what that means, what the sequence would be, I guess, for purposes of each project.
Good question. So I might misspeak. So Jeff, I encourage you to jump in here since you put this chart together. But it depends. So sometimes we often try to comment on the notice of preparation. So then, yes, in that case, a comment letter would be the first step in consulting with a project proponent. However, sometimes those comment letters are and often are preceded by oral conversations, in-person meetings, et cetera. And then we frequently send more than one comment letter. For example, if our comments are not addressed at a latter stage of the environmental review, then we would follow up with a subsequent comment letter. So it's probably not as precise as maybe you were describing there. Okay. Sometimes a comment letter is the first thing we're doing. Sometimes it's late in the process. Early consultation is also not defined in law, but for us, we define it as whenever we start regularly engaging with a project proponent in order to achieve Delta Plan consistency. Or in some cases, some of the projects on this list are not covered actions, but are actions that may have an impact in the Delta and that we want to pay attention to anyway.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't have a solution necessarily or a recommendation. I'm just trying to understand what we should be expecting or anticipate relative to what the status description is. And so I think you asked for feedback, so let's...
Okay. No, that's helpful. We'll think that through.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. There is no legal update today, but I want to move on to our budget update. Also included in your binder is a copy of the council's quarterly contract reporting. If you have any questions about that, we're happy to answer them, but otherwise I'm going to invite Mary Ray, is she here? Or Jessica Law, to come up and provide a quick budget update.
Good morning, council members. We've started to include this budget report in your binder just so that you can have a sense of how the council's doing overall fiscally. One thing to note about this budget report is this includes the end of our fiscal year. The new fiscal year starts July 1. We closed out the year at a pretty good situation. I think we returned about $113,000 back to the state the state general fund. We generally try and avoid that. Our end of our fiscal year was a very, very, very busy time with 22 contracts for the proposal solicitation process for science. So there's certainly a lot of activity. This contracts report includes all of those contracts and the contracts that we've executed throughout the year. If you have any questions about those individual contracts, I'm happy to answer them. Again, really the purpose of this report is to describe all the contracting activities of the council. It's broken down by division, which is how we think about it in terms of operations. And there are several contracts you'll see in there are contracts with state agencies that help us function as a state agency. We are pretty small, so we have contracts with the Department of Justice, the AG's office, CAL FIRE, who does our HR. And there's just if you have any questions about that or how we operate, I'm happy to help.
Ken?
First, thank you for the report. And just, I got to note how understandable this is and at a glance and kind of at the appropriate level for us to see what's going on. But really good work on this. And, this state budgeting process is a bit of a mystery to me, so this has helped me. But a couple of comments. One is when I look at the budgeted amount and the total year to date, they are really close. And as someone who's had to manage, public agency budgets my whole career, budget execution is really difficult. And so that's a kind of testament to you guys being able to execute your budget, but also I think for us as council members, the fact that you're that close to the budget and you've got this much workload is telling us also, we're kind of on the edge here. There's no margin, and which is great that we're spending all the money, but I think it's also, hey, what's coming down the pike? Are we resourced adequately for that, or are we prioritized? I'm going to comment on the previous report on the potential covered actions that Jessica talked about just before. In that's a lot. I was surprised at the amount of potential covered actions that's out there. And looking at it as kind of a workload future and talking to Jessica, that's not even the universe of what may happen.
They're active projects
yes,
that have momentum.
Those are the active projects. And that's such a big difference from when I've been on the council these last few years, and they've sort of come, came in, we'd make comment letters, we'd get an occasional report, but that's something to really, start thinking about as you look down the road, how you manage that and how big a part of our core activities the covered actions could be. Just a question on, there's so many science studies. I mean, that was the other thing and a lot of them are multi-year studies. Maybe this leads to sort of our other discussions on communications, but how do we connect the dots with that? How do we communicate what we're accomplishing, how this is being used, who's it being used by, just so because the breadth of that is pretty amazing. And I'm wondering, the contract amounts, is that reflective? That's the total authorization under the contract. That's not necessarily council funding. Is that all funding sources, or is that just what's in the council budget or do you leverage our money? I thought we leveraged our money to get other money.
So working backwards. So sort of the three things that you talked about. One, looking down the road on capacity and the covered actions list that we have. We are having conversations internally about staff capacity and our ability to process and do our work around covered actions. And we're looking at ways of creating more flexibility within our workforce and our resources to be able to do those. That list of covered actions, or the potential projects that are on there and the active projects that are on there, and you'll hear about this more in the 5-year review report, that's more activities than we've had over the past 5 or 6 years. So these things, it's a fluid list. It comes and it goes, and the level of work is something that we look at very carefully in terms of projections. So that is one thing. It's on our mind, and it's helpful to have that kind of support for thinking about it going forward. I think we'll be able to talk about that a little bit more in the coming months with the council when we start talking about work planning for the next few years. That's something that we're actively looking at, sort of that area. The other around science communications, communications just generally and how we're communicating our work is something that we're also focusing on. We are, one of the contracts that's listed in there, we have a firm that's on board, Lunia Blue. They're a local firm in Sacramento that does communication strategy, branding, and graphics. We have them on board to help us with looking at a branding strategy for the council. And inherent is that is also a communication strategy that would include science communications. We do a lot of work right now on science communications between brown bags, seminars, workshops, a really active Twitter/social media handle. And we are looking at ways to really enhance the communications around big activities like the science funding, the PSN, sorry, the competitive solicitations. So John, if you wanted to
I was just
add
going
anything
to add,
about that.
we, with the update to the webpage, unfortunately, we lost some of the material, but we had developed individual pages for each project that was funded through the solicitation. They all are just underway, so it's not they don't have immediate results, but to let people know of what we funded, and those will be going up. I think we'll be able to get those up again. And then we also put together a series of just short summaries, one-page summaries for the overall, the entire solicitation, what we funded, and then individual one-pagers for each of the projects. So I think we definitely are really trying to up our game in terms of science communication. And I think that's definitely an interest across the entire council.
That's great. It's just the depth and the breadth of what we're doing, the funding levels. It seems also, maybe this is, I don't want to belabor this, but this is something for us to think about. How do you connect the dots between all of that work and the co-equal goals so that we can more clearly communicate how this really, is foundational to moving forward? And maybe that's sort of a next step, but this is pretty impressive. I mean, in all sorts of ways.
And then your last question about contract amounts, that does reflect the total contract amount. You'll see where in some cases there's several task orders that go under those contract amounts, and the individual task orders are listed out. But if you have any questions about a total contract amount.
Yeah, because there's other funding in there besides just out of our budget.
So that budget reflects our two sources of funding, which is general fund and ELPF.
Okay.
It doesn't reflect any other funding sources.
So then that's kind
But
of
it does reflect the federal contribution to the solicitation from the Bureau of Reclamation. Because that was absorbed as part of our receivable budget.
Right.
It does not reflect the fish and wildlife grants that we partnered with to leverage the entire
that's
process.
like the 18 million is 18 million plus that's going into science studies.
Yeah, there was $2 million from the Bureau, and then $7 million, as Jessica said, from California Department of Fish and Wildlife is not there. That's their separate budget.
Okay, thank you. Great report.
Okay. If there aren't any other questions on that, I just want to highlight for you the rest of the day. So we're going to hear a report, an update from the chair of the Delta Independent Science Board. We're also hear from staff on the Delta Plan 5-year review and hopefully have some discussion there and get some input from the council as we think about finalizing that report by the end of the year. And then we will have a public hearing on a proposed rulemaking related to the Delta Levees investment strategy. That's going to start sharply at 1 p.m. this afternoon. The council will hold the public hearing on proposed amendments to Section 5012 to implement the Delta Levees investment strategy and proposed amendments to Section 5001 for related definitions. Adoption of the proposed amendments is not on today's agenda, but the council will consider public comments received on the proposed rulemaking and provide direction to staff regarding next steps for the rulemaking, including potential changes to the proposed regulations for staff to bring to the council for consideration and possible adoption at a future council meeting. And with that, I conclude my executive officer's report.
Great, thank you, Jessica. On to agenda item 8, lead scientist report, Dr. John Calloway.
Great,
Dr. John.
Thank you. Yes. I'm a New Orleans music fan, so Dr. John was definitely a favorite of mine. So thank you, Chair Tatayan and council members. So I have a few things to highlight before we get into the written material that's in your summary. One, Kate Melanson already mentioned the Delta Invasive Species Symposium that's coming up at the end of the month. That's a symposium that the council supports along with the Delta Interagency Invasive Species Coordination Team, or the DSC. This is the third symposium like this that we've supported over the last 5 years, given the importance of invasive species within the Delta. The focus of this is on using remote sensing tools. So a large part will be on invasive vegetation, but it's not just on vegetation. Actually, there'll be a report on nutria issues, on using camera traps to track wildlife. And so it's an all-day conference. And it is, as I mentioned, August 29th at UC Davis, and registration is still available at the webpage. So I would encourage anyone listening to come and participate in that. Second, I wanted to mention, question.
John, at our last council meeting, a representative from Congressman Garamendi's office expressed a great deal of interest in invasive species issue, and I highlighted the symposium that he has been contacted by our office. But it occurs to me that there are probably other congressional offices and legislative offices that we should contact specifically advising him of this.
That's a good suggestion. We will do that outreach. Okay, so any other questions on that? So the second sort of news item is the Delta Science Fellows. So I've mentioned in the past, we support every year, every other year, a large number of fellows, research fellows, current graduate students or postdoctoral researchers. And our opportunity for them to submit proposals will be coming up shortly. We had thought that it would come out, I had mentioned previously, I think that it would come out this month, but probably will be coming out in mid-September. For the first time ever, we'll be supporting not just PhD students, but also master's students. And I think this is really an outstanding opportunity to train and provide mentorship for new scientists in the Delta. It's an unusual fellowship in that it's not just about research. In addition to having an academic or a research mentor, the applicants have to have a community mentor who's typically an agency staff person or someone from an NGO who's involved on current management issues. So it really ensures that the research they're doing is relevant. It gives them an opportunity to get connected with all of the different agencies working on challenging management issues here in the Delta. So that will be coming out in mid-September with applications due towards the end of the year or early 2020. And we, California Sea Grant facilitates that program for us. So if you look at our webpage or the California Sea Grant webpage, you can get more information about that. And I'll also highlight that the first author of one of the papers that you'll be hearing about today, Jennifer Harfman, is a Delta Science Fellow who's currently being supported by our program. And then last, I wanted to mention the State of the Estuary Conference that is coming up October 21st and 22nd in Oakland. This is sort of the companion to the Bay Delta Science Conference. The program was just released yesterday on their webpage. So if you go to the San Francisco Estuary Partnership webpage, you can see the list, all of the presentations. There's morning plenaries and then afternoon four concurrent sessions on a range of issues from habitat to community engagement to water quality issues and others. And actually, one of the presentations will be by Oscar Villegas, our council member on the Delta National Heritage Area. So I think it's a really valuable conference. Actually, it was the start of the DPIC 2 years ago. The start of the DPIC Science Funding Initiative came out of a panel there. So it's a valuable meeting. So with that, I would like to invite up Dr. Kate Melanson and Dr. Luis Conrad, who are going to present the two papers today from the scientist report. Luis is the author of the first paper, so rather than me tell you about it, the main author can tell you about it. And then Kate put together the visual abstract that you saw last month for the previous article and did the same for the article by the science fellow. And so, Luis, if you want to start and give an overview of your paper, that would be great. Thank you. The button.
Morning, council members, and thank you, John, and for its a little time this morning to talk about this article. I have a slide which perhaps we could bring up now. It will be the file that has my last name as the and the file name. There we are. Thank you. So the article that we're talking about right now is called 10 Essential Articles on Bay Delta Science. I am a co-author of this paper, which was conceived and written by the lead author, Dr. Ted Summer, who is the lead scientist for the Department of Water Resources. And Dr. Steve Culberson, is also an author. He is the lead scientist for the Interagency Ecological Program. So I wanted to take a minute first to talk about why we did this, and then secondly, just walk through an example article that's included here. We all know, I think you all know, that the Delta and the Bay Delta is an extremely well-studied system. In just the last 3 years, probably 100 articles have been published in peer-reviewed journals highlighting everything from hydrodynamics and modeling to invasive species and fishes. So it's just overwhelming, whether you're a scientist or not, to grasp the scale, the complexity of the science. The sheer volume is overwhelming. So we wanted to provide a starting point for anyone new to the Delta, whether you're a scientist or not, to dive in. A second really important point was that we wanted to illustrate how science influences management and provide some key examples. We know that science is absolutely essential and foundational to management of our system. And we do a lot of work to synthesize information, but what about pointing to 10 examples where a paper has been written, some scientists got together and did some great work, and it was really pivotal to our understanding of how the system works. And then how is that incorporated into management? And so our approach with this article was to provide 10 examples and then just really briefly say how each example was influential. So how do we go from science on the ground to actual management? The articles, like I said, there are only 10 listed here. There are many other examples, but these were some key ones that we thought were important. And they focus a lot on fisheries studies because the authors are fisheries biologists, and we recognize that there are other disciplines, but this was one way to start have a list. I'm going to provide an example here. This is an example article. Dr. Lenny Grimaldo and co-authors wrote a paper in 2009 on factors that affect fish entrainment into massive water diversions in a tidal freshwater estuary. Can fish losses be managed? So fish showing up at the South Delta pumps is an issue of a lot of controversy and a lot of concern. And this paper was really influential in how pumps were managed over the last decade. As you may or may not know, at both the state and federal South Delta pumping facilities, there are salvage facilities that are recovering fish and identifying them and counting them every day. Thousands of fish are identified. And these results, they analyzed over a decade of data on these species and the numbers, and along with a lot of hydrological and environmental data. Their analysis showed that high turbidities combined with with the patterns of one key result was that their analysis showed that high turbidities, when combined with high exports, is when we saw a lot of delta smelt at the facilities. These directly influenced ESA regulations in the South Delta, and largely because of this paper, we have critical triggers, and the way that the pumps are managed now is largely influenced by this paper. In fact, we have a group of agency scientists every week during certain times of the year hold a call, this is the SMELT working group, that evaluate patterns in fish distribution, turbidity, hydrology, flow conditions, and determine recommendations for continued pump operation over the next week. So there's 9 other examples in the paper, and I apologize for the slide. This looks like not the final version of what I prepared. But there's 9 other examples of how some key science articles have really influenced management, including the reason that we have floodplain restoration as key factors in how we're trying to move forward with estuary management, and even why we have X2 and what the kilometers from the Golden Gate at which we see the low salinity zone. Why is that such a key management priority? All of that we tried to identify within this list of 10 articles. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Louise. Any questions for Louise?
I don't have a question, but I do want to say thank you for the highlighting 10 of, I can't imagine how many papers have influenced management. So thank you. Thanks to the team.
I have a question. The finding of the study, the one that you talked about, smelt and how they're being monitored, and then there's this general thought and belief out there in the news that, it's not, and still we don't recover as much as we can, and the pumps are killing all this fish. I mean, all that. So I'm wondering if there's any way to summarize the 10 findings of that shows what you just said, proof, and kind of like put it out there for public consumptions of some sort. Because
Specific to delta smelt?
yeah, yeah, because all this study's been done, and I don't know, I think Mike would agree. In some event, we are being faced with people who say, "So what are you doing there?" Because we're hearing that, and then we really know maybe some of it is right and some is not, but we don't have the scientific information out there that we can say, "Oh no, you know what? Take this and check it. It's not as you think." So, because the value of these studies that are so concise and all is if it becomes public consumption and people who are policymakers and have access to it, and people like us could speak of it and then even put it a point of an agenda and push it wherever we are, to make good things happen. So.
Yes, I think it is possible to summarize. It would, as you've noted, there's a ton of research that's been done on delta smelt, but it is certainly possible to pull out some key findings and how they've influenced management. And then I think we are at a kind of a pivotal point for the delta smelt population now, and looking at how are we moving forward from the point that we're in, given how we've managed, and now we have them still in decline. What are we doing next? I think that would be something you could summarize, and it's absolutely possible. So yes.
Yeah, and put it out there, I don't know, in magazines, in public hearings, in places where people and the policymakers and influencers know this, and or because it also, not only that they know it, but also knowing what is not yet happening and how we can help in sustaining this effort continuously in terms of resources that comes to it, a lot of things. Yeah.
Ken.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's an interesting example you gave. I think not only does that kind of tell, gee, this is adaptive management and we're trying to deal with the smelt, but this council also approved the Conveyance, Storage, and Operations Amendment, which called for dual conveyance, because the condition you talked about, high turbidity, high flow, those are wet years when, for water supply purposes, you want to be able to move things out, move water out. But if you're having to adaptively manage those pumps and by turning them off, then that's working against it. So I think it not only tells people what we're doing, but why we've taken the positions that we've taken. And that both of those concepts are in the CSO amendment, which is the official policy of the council.
Any other questions? No? Okay.
Could we just follow up to see if we can see at some point some kind of a summary of these 10 things that,
Yes.
and I'm exaggerating, that could end up in
Yeah.
CNN or I don't know, somewhere.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. Okay, turn it over to Kate to hear about tidal marsh contributions to food webs.
Hopefully you aren't sick of me yet, being up here twice in one day. But I'm going to be talking about the article that John mentioned by Jennifer Harfman, who is a Delta Science Fellow, and along with colleagues at UC Davis and USGS, she wrote an article called Plant Detritus is Selectively Consumed by Estuarine Copepods and Can Augment Their Survival. And it was shown in Nature Scientific Reports. If we could get the visual abstract up, the slide. So I made another one for you all this month, and hopefully they'll just get better.
Yeah, and it is in your binder.
No, if there's not a slide, that's okay. You have it in your binder, and it's up with the materials on the web. So this, I said this research was done by Jennifer Harfman and her colleagues at UC Davis and USGS. So phytoplankton or algae is considered the base of a food web in many aquatic systems. However, there's relatively low phytoplankton productivity in the Bay Delta system, and so decomposing plant-based food, or detritus, can be considered a supplemental energy source. Restoration efforts being implemented to increase wetland habitat, plant matter will likely increase as well. And so that gives rise to the question, how much will the detritus from these wetland plants benefit the food web? So these researchers looked at the diet of copepods, which are small zooplankton. Well, they're all small, but the type of zooplankton. By using innovative techniques, they looked at their what they were eating, looked at their diets, and developed a new genetic technique to look at what was in their stomachs. In their first experiment, the group cultured copepods in water from Sassoon Marsh. And what they did was they compared the composition of algae or phytoplankton versus detritus in the water versus what was in the copepod's diet. And so what they found was that the marsh water contained 99% of this phytoplankton algae, but that only made up 36% of the copepod diet. Now this means that the copepods are selectively feeding on the plant detritus, mostly Thule, based on the DNA analysis. In the second experiment, which is what is highlighted in the visual abstract that I provided you, the researchers controlled what diet was fed to the copepods and measured their survival. So they fed them either just phytoplankton or algae. They fed them just plant detritus or a 1-to-3 ratio of the two. And they found that with just plant detritus, they died fairly soon. A little bit later with just algae, but then with a mixture, it was up to 7 times higher than a purely plant detritus diet alone. So this results shows that supporting wetland restoration as a way to increase food web support can increase plant detritus and increase the length of survival of these copepods and maybe other zooplankton. However, questions still remain as to how much plant detritus makes it into the water and how much stays in the wetlands, as well as how much restoration is needed, what area is needed to have a large benefit on these food webs. This innovative genetic technique that they also developed can be used in further experiments in future studies on other zooplankton.
Any questions? So, Kate, I really like the visual abstract. really works for me. Thank you.
Okay, good. Got another one coming up in September.
No questions? Okay, thank you both, Kate and Louise. That second paper to me I really appreciate because being a wetland ecologist, it really shows it's a combination of both productivity in the water through the plankton as well as productivity from all those, and it also highlights the importance of those floodplain habitats. This was on tidal marsh wetlands, but it confirms why we see that when we flood Yolo Bypass, it also has significant benefits for the food web. So I think given how much tidal wetland restoration is planned, it really is an important step to identify that. Okay, so I have just a few other things to highlight before we hear from the Delta Independent Science Board. And these are in your written material, so if you have any questions, you could look for more detail there. But first, in early July, I wanted to highlight that the California Water Board's Water Data Science Symposium occurred. And I think you all understand, and we've highlighted the importance of open data, the importance of making data available for synthesis, for broader understanding. And so this symposium was all about trying to address that issue of open data, specifically around water quality monitoring data. One of the highlights was a datathon, kind of like a hackathon, a communal computer programming effort that took place right there at the symposium, and our staff participated. I know Dan Constable in the planning division was involved in some of this, and they looked in this case at how to convert for water agencies, the water agencies that put out they're required to put out an annual report on water quality to their customers. The idea was to convert from a printed annual report to something that's available online and could be updated frequently and made available. So they looked at what data were available and they started the programming effort to make that. And so that's the first step. And then that will be carried on throughout the year to improve that. And in previous, they did 3 different efforts around this hackathon or datathon, and all of those I think are just the initial effort that will move forward to develop a product that will be useful in a variety of different ways. The second item to highlight is the Social Science Task Force Workshop, and there's a summary of this in your binder. The title of the symposium or the workshop was Human Dimensions Research in Delta Environments. The idea behind this was to bring in researchers locally as well as from around the country who work on social science issues that are relevant to estuarine systems, and to highlight the kinds of tools or approaches that are used within the social sciences so that we can learn from them and identify what sorts of opportunities there are here in the Delta. And as I said, this was convened by the Social Science Task Force with the science program initiated about 1.5 years ago. And this is their second workshop. They had a previous workshop with agency staff to identify some of the issues around social sciences. And then this was focused on these tools and approaches. The Social Science Task Force will be taking all that information and at the end of the year coming up with a draft report to identify how we can actually stimulate and motivate a much bigger interest and collaboration around social sciences. I think the take-home messages were social sciences are not just one thing. There's a broad range, and we really need to think about the range of different social sciences. We need to think about integrating natural sciences and social sciences, as well as integrating even within the social sciences tools like economics or public outreach. There was a really interesting presentation on micro-targeting your messages and thinking about how we can use that sort of advertising approach to get information out there. So thinking about communications, that there's different ways to communicate to different constituencies or audiences, and how we might incorporate that into the work we're doing. And then the last thing to mention is a recent brown bag seminar that we had. Dr. Jim Klern, recently retired from USGS, did the third in a series on Bay Delta connections, or really Bay Delta watershed ocean connections. And he highlighted, he does work on water quality issues in the estuary, and he highlighted the need to really look at global processes, regional processes, and local processes in order to understand a system and to understand where we have management opportunities. So he highlighted a number of examples where large-scale ocean temperatures have had an effect within the bay and delta, or other bigger regional efforts or regional impacts like large-scale changes in within the watershed, how that affects things within the estuary. And so he finished with an example of a recent paper on salmon life cycle modeling that was done by staff at the National Marine Fisheries and USGS, where they have developed a life cycle model. This is for the fall run Chinook salmon, highlighting each of the phases of the life cycle, from eggs to juveniles to adults to returning adults, what some of the key factors are affecting those. And this simulation model was calibrated with about 25 years of data. I'll probably highlight it to you in the coming months because it's really a valuable article with a lot of insight. But what Jim wanted to highlight was all these different factors across a large spatial scale, some of them controllable by us, some of them not very manageable. And using that, looking across a mix of scales really gives us some better insight in terms of how we manage large-scale efforts like that. So any questions on any of those three items?
Quick question, how do you manage something you can't control?
Well, so that's, you identify things you can
Just a
control.
question.
Identify from the life cycle model, what Jim highlighted was temperature effects on eggs is one of the key factors affecting the life cycle. Flow affecting survival, and other factors affecting juvenile survival moving through the river and delta, and then marine predation. Those were the three factors. Marine predation is something we can't really control, but the other two we do have some effect on. And so those are the ones identifying where we don't have control versus where we do.
So if you manage the things you have control, like just get a lot more juveniles swimming towards the ocean, then that can somewhat mitigate marine predation. Is that kind
Exactly.
Okay, so there's good news in there.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I'm sorry, John, and you'd plan to come back at some future meeting with a presentation on that paper? Or?
Yeah, I'll present. Okay. I think that life cycle paper is really of interest and really a valuable tool and a lot of really good insight from it. So I will bring that back, probably not in September, but I think in October. Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. John. So on to agenda item 9, the Delta Independent Science Board Chair update. I'd like to welcome Dr. Elizabeth Canowell and Dr. Stephen Brandt. Dr. Canowell is a current chair. Dr. Brandt is the former chair of the Delta Independent Science Board. Thank you for coming today.
It's nice to see you in person.
Thanks. All right. Let's see. There we go. Okay. So, good morning, council members, and thank you on behalf of the Independent Science Board for the opportunity for us to provide some updates on the recent activities of the Delta Independent Science Board. As Susan mentioned, I'm Elizabeth Canowell, and I'm the relatively new chair of the Independent Science Board. So this morning's presentation will be divided into two parts. We'll begin with Dr. Steve Brandt, who's the past chair, and he'll update you on some of the activities we've been involved in over the past year. And then I will give the second portion of the presentation, which will be a report on our ongoing review of the IEP, as well as some upcoming activities. So I'll turn things over to Steve to begin.
Okay, thanks, Liz, and good morning, and thank you for the time to give you our annual report. And today, I'll provide a little bit background on the Delta Independent Science Board, and then really a high-level overview of two of our major ongoing reviews, and sort of a status report and timeline of when you might expect to see the final. As a reminder, we have a statutory role listed here to provide oversight of the scientific research, monitoring, and assessment programs that support adaptive management in the Delta. And although we often review individual reports like the BDCP, and last year, for example, the synthesis papers for the ecosystem amendment, our primary activity is to review the science in the Delta on thematic levels. Pick a thematic area that we think is important and review the science related to that. Listed in the bottom of the slide are some of the reviews that we have completed and when they were completed. And at the end of those reviews, we do give a formal presentation for each of those back to the council. Our overall purpose really is to look at the state and adequacy of the science, and often we're dealing with trying to look at forward-looking strategic science priorities. So recommendations we might make in any of these reviews might be things that people could still have time to take advantage of and move forward and think about looking forward. What are our science needs into the future, rather than looking at what's been done in the past, more like where do we need to go in the future? Identifying the scientific gaps, and hopefully advance the debate about Delta issues through discussion of the science there, and seek better connectivity of the science as well. And the main point is that we do not make any recommendations relative to policy per se, and that keeps us independent, and we can talk about what the science is telling us and let the policy folks use what that science says. The review process has evolved over the years, and the first point is to identify what thematic areas we really need to review. And 2 years ago, we did a major retreat where we invited a number of folks from different management agencies. We also did a survey and talked about what are the science and management needs that you see coming down and where some evaluation by the Independent Science Board might be valuable. We also, as part of that retreat, talked about how we might be able to better communicate those products rather than just completing a review and presenting it to the council. Are there other things we can do to improve those products and make them more effective? Once we've picked a topic, we write a prospectus, which gives an outline of what the topic is, why it's important, and how we intend to evaluate it. Put that out for public comment at that stage, at an early on stage. That's a new thing we've added to our overall review process. Then we go through the review, which can take 1, 2, or sometimes more years, and then the final report again goes out for public comment, and then we've instituted outreach activities. One of those is shown here, and that's where we try to have better communication. One of those is to put together a 2-page summary sheet that was mentioned earlier, that sort of provides what the highlights are, and that can be distributed at meetings and so forth. We also now make presentations at various scientific meetings of our reviews and what the recommendations are. In some cases, we've gone to scientific publications. For example, the review that related to adaptive management, there was a scientific paper produced from that. And then we also meet sometimes directly with agencies that are most effective. The one that Liz will talk about, an IEP, we've been meeting with the IEP directors and telling them progress of our various review on that. The products, since I presented to you last July, are shown here. We finished our water quality thematic review and presented that to the council in July. We've also reviewed the Delta Science Plan, and as part of that review, we've submitted a comment letter to DPIC, which is now incorporated into Randy's activities related to reporting back to DPIC, and in our particular case, recommending ways and how to do a scientific needs assessment related to particularly to climate change. We started a new review on non-native species and had our prospectus completed in September, and then finished our summary sheets for all the past reviews and current reviews. All the past reviews that have been completed, we now have summary sheets available for all of those. This is our work plan, and I know it looks a little busy, but I think the point is that we're doing many reviews at one time, and I think this is this has evolved. I think at one stage, I think now we're maybe doing 3 or 4 reviews. At one stage, we were doing 4 reviews at a time, and I think this keeps us very busy. We also have, and this shows the timeline of those reviews. We'll talk a little bit more of those as we go through these. The water supply reliability we won't talk about today, but you have had a presentation by Jay Lund on that. The DPIC Science Needs Assessment is part of Randy's efforts to work with DPIC and our role in that. We're looking at an implication of rapid environmental change, and we're also involved in the recruitment and for John's position. And most recently, upcoming reviews, we've agreed to do the review of the present draft of the Delta Plan Ecosystem Amendments, and I think Liz will talk about that. So these are the current thematic reviews that are underway. There's 4 of them, and I'll give you a brief overview of the Delta Monitoring Enterprise to start. The Delta Monitoring Enterprise is one that is, all the reviews we've come up with, there's always been a component of that says you need to improve the monitoring. There are monitoring gaps, there are things that could perhaps be better coordinated through monitoring and so forth. And it was one that came up and also in our retreat that this is something we really needed to do. Monitoring is a gigantic effort in the Delta. And so this is a major effort, and thankfully we have a component of it, what we're calling Part 1, that through the science program contracted out ESSA Technologies and others to actually do an inventory of all of the monitoring that's being done in the Delta. And what's being collected, who's collecting it, why it's being collected, how it's being used in management, and a list of 17 other items that they would be looking at in that inventory. Everything from how it's collected, what are your quality control, what is the collector's viewpoint of overlaps and gaps, how much does it cost, who's doing the work, is this compulsory sort of monitoring, what's the motivation for it, and so forth. That is currently underway. And the second part of it is what the Delta will be doing at the same time is to look at the broader issues of how can these programs be better linked and coordinated, and are the programs really meeting the needs of management. Go into a little bit, this is our current timeline. We finished the prospectus a while ago in April of 2017, and then it took a while to get the contract together. There were some delays, and finally the contract is out in December of 2018 for the actual inventory. We can do a lot of the evaluation without having very specific inventory, but clearly the inventory will provide a solid basis for our more quantitative analysis of what the monitoring is all about. During that process, we held 5 brown bag seminars and panels, and one of the things we've instituted in terms of how we operate is a greater collaboration with the science program, which I think has really helped us a lot in terms of having brown bag seminars and panels co-hosted and largely organized with the Delta Science program, and that's really been an effective way to look at things. So we hosted 5 of those during that time period there that gives us a basic framework, everything from agency folks to people who are more I want to say academic, theoretical, what are sort of the basic needs of effective monitoring programs and what works and what doesn't work. In March of 2019, the inventory methodology was developed, and what that is sort of how will this inventory actually be done. Everything from the software that'll be used, to its searchability, to looking at how monitoring reviews have been done in other areas, the Great Lakes, the Gulf of Mexico, Chesapeake Bay, Queensland, Australia, and Puget Sound in particular, and what's been done there, what are the lessons learned there, what's been done in the past in the Delta, and what are the lessons learned there, and that would set forth what the next activities would be. That was completed in March. In April, there was a workshop to inform the scope of the inventory. There were about 60 individuals at a workshop here in Sacramento to, again, look at what really is needed in terms of information to help improve the monitoring programs in the system. We expect the inventory to be completed in the end of this year, And then sometime in late 2020, we're not specifying a date, we're hopeful that the final product will be completed. Just talk about the framework to give you a concept of the scope of this inventory. This slide up here just shows the major topical areas of which the components of the inventory will be categorized. This one, which you can't read, but you do have a one-pager on it, and then typed up versions behind that scopes out all the various types of things that will be looked at in terms of the things that are being monitored. And these are ranging from everything from hydrological conditions to land elevation, air temperature, fish abundances. There's a whole host of these. These will be the topics by which not only us as board members, but user community will be able to search this database and find out who's collecting what relative to these topics. So it'll be fairly comprehensive, fairly detailed, and should hopefully provide not only a valuable tool for the Delta as a whole, but certainly something for us to provide a quantitative basis for our evaluation. So you can read that on your way home. The general review topics that our final review will consider will be talk about the general purpose of monitoring programs, the types and the theoretical underpinnings, not only of what is normally done, but what's specifically being done in the Delta, talk about definitions and so forth, talk about the science and scientific rigor of monitoring, and particularly evaluate the role of monitoring in the context of adaptive management. As I'm sure you're all aware, monitoring is the fundamental component of adaptive management. You must be able to monitor to find out whether or not your management decisions are being effective. And clearly the monitoring program needs to be designed along that aspect of it. The inventory, of course, will be part of the review itself, and then suggestions from improving. There may be some areas that are very strong, some areas that have gaps. How does it effectively meet management needs, and what might some of the performance measures be required for evaluating monitoring programs? Yes.
Ken?
And on the weak fields, strong fields, do you have a sense of, in general, what an example of a weak field would be, where we have gaps in monitoring? I can't support.
You want the answer, huh?
Just an example, not the just to understand.
Wow.
Or if you're not ready, if it's still gaining consensus on what that is, then that's fine. Just that seemed to be an interesting, important focus area.
Well, I think that is the fundamental question we're asking in terms of the overall monitoring enterprise is what is being collected well and where there are gaps, and more important, and just as importantly, perhaps where there might be overlaps. And I think that many people we've talked to talk about the potential for overlap. People being in the same area at the same time, collecting something that's sort of kind of related. I think there's always the hope that one could collect everything at the same area. So if you collect temperature one day and maybe collect fish 3 days later, a week later, and something else, water quality, that is true of any sort of monitoring programs. The more you can coordinate your activities of the things that interact with each other and collect them at the same time, and space scales are really important, So I think those are the kind of topics we'll be talking about.
That seems very worthy.
It would have made developing performance measures a lot easier had this been done first. Instead, we had to do kind of a one-by-one evaluation of this.
And as a fish guy, there always needs to be more fish sampling, so I'm joking. So that's all I have to say on the monitoring. I'll jump into the ecosystems next, which is focused on non-native species. This is, as you are all aware, part of the ecosystem chapter from the Delta Plan, and frankly, the Delta Plan is one of our primary, if not the primary way of picking thematic reviews. They were all based originally on the chapters within the Delta Plan. And this is the one that we selected to be part of our ecosystem review, was to focus on the non-native species, their effects on Delta ecosystems, and how to control or adapt to them. This is the timeline, and we finished our perspective about a year ago. We've had 2 workshops and panels related to one specifically to the broader concepts of dealing with invasive species. I'm going to interchange the word invasives and non-natives and so forth. I know there's very specific definitions of those terms, and we will use those in the report, but so excuse me for saying the word invader, but it's easier to understand, I think. One of the workshops was designed to look at sort of the broader concept, the whole theoretical underpinning. What does it mean when there's a continually changing species pool that one has to manage, and so forth. And the other one looked at some of the specific activities in the Delta. I think as part of our discussion, without jumping ahead to any conclusion yet, is that I think it's pretty clear that a lot of the individual species approaches that are being done in the Delta are fairly well developed. The stuff that's being done with vegetation, the satellite imagery, a lot of the work that's been funded in the recent science program is really some state-of-the-art work, and some of that is really well along, I think. So a lot of our reviews do not have to always find fault. And I think this is one of the areas in individual species where I think it's a fairly mature field and fairly well developed. And the stuff that's being done with nutria is a good example of that. That's just jumping ahead. We have been doing some follow-up analysis. We have an initial draft of our, this review is moving along quickly, initial draft of our final review. We're into the writing phase now. By September, we have a full outline. By September, we'll probably have some sort of initial rough draft, and we're hoping to complete this for public comment in early 2020. I'll show you just some of the, this is sort of the main topics in the report. Talk about non-native species in the Delta and kind of review some of the work that's been done in that, and then talk about science related to the particular invader. And in that case, like when one deals with one particular invader, what's the science related to that? I'll show an example of that, as well as assessing its impacts. But then also discuss the science related to a dynamic delta, and one can think here of climate change. Climate change is something that's happening. It's going to change the temperatures. It's going to change the receptibility of the delta to certain types of species, and may also, in fact, change the suitability to others that are already here. So that change in species pool and dynamic delta has to be taken into consideration. Also, ecosystem restoration. What do non-native species mean to ecosystem restoration? When you restore something, are you making good habitat for a potential invader, or can you make habitat that would exclude some of the potential invaders on the line when you're restoring things? What's the component of that? Because you do have this changing species pool. Science related to non-native species in the context of ecosystem management. We're always dealing with a mixture of non-native and native species, and that mixture is changing. And how does the ecosystem management approach deal with something like that? And then, of course, basic recommendations related to management and moving forward. If you think about the invader, this is the one that's most easy to think about, I think. It involves a lot of science. Here's the component of the science just related to an invader, and you can think about it in terms of maybe nutria or in terms of ballast water invaders coming in. First is the element of predicting the invasion, which ones are coming down the pipe and which ones are likely to do harm. That has to be taken into the context of what's the characteristics of the invader and the characteristics in place of characteristics of the receiving habitat. What are the ways to get there, the routes and corridors? How do we detect that? That's a monitoring program. How do we go and look for and detect those new critters? What are the mechanisms for eradication at an early stage? That's going to differ with the critter, and there's science involved in that. How do you control it if it's been accepted, and then how do you ultimately monitor and assess its impact? A way to look at this from a management action point of view, is to look at first the threat assessment. Is the threat high or low? And there are lists of species, the 100 most likely species to invade a particular area. Things like that have been done, and that's based on not only its ability to get into the system, but its threat in terms of as an invader, which actually might do harm in some way or another. And then you try, if you say it's high, you try and prevent it, and you're either successful or not, or you can or can't, and then you try and eradicate it, control, and then ultimately get to a stage, well, it's here, it's not going to get out. How do we change our management structure to deal with this new critter? And you do that multiple times, you have multiple new critters. That's the actual management actions in those boxes, and we would argue that every one of those decision points requires a scientific and monitoring basis to make those decisions. So anyway, that's just a little background on one of the chapters in the review of where we're taking this. And then again, our recommendations will relate to what management actions should be taken, where to do what, and how to prioritize actions on which invaders, and then how does the consideration of the non-natives and their effects enter into the adaptive management process with the continually changing pool of species. So that's a quick review overview of two of our current reviews, and now I'll turn it over to our new chair, who will talk to you in more detail about the one of the other reviews we're doing.
All right. Thank you. So hopefully all of you can appreciate how busy we've been. It's been a very productive couple of years under Steve's term as chair. So as I mentioned, I'm a relatively new chair for the Delta ISB, so I thought I would just take one quick slide to introduce myself to you. I'm a faculty member at the Virginia Institute of Marine Science, which is part of the College of William and Mary. I've been on the faculty at VIMS William and Mary for 25 years. And I know there were some questions about whether I would be here in person to make the presentation, and that's largely just because of the distance. But even though I am physically located on the East Coast, I've been very engaged in the work of the board. I've been a member of the board for almost 10 years, basically one of the group, the founding membership of the board, and have been a part of its transitions in leadership, as well as seen some members come and go over the years. Scientifically, my expertise is in carbon cycle research and biogeochemistry, and I have been involved in a number of research efforts here in the Delta, as well as in San Francisco Bay. Some of the themes of my research are how do human activities influence the delivery of carbon to ecosystems? What are the effects of climate on carbon, both changes in climate in response to over geologic history, but also human-induced climate change, and then also looking at food resources for aquatic organisms. So maybe you know, carbon is basically food. It's the energy currency of the environment. Okay. So as a new chair, I'll be updating you on some of our current activities, as well as trying to give you a little bit of a forward-looking perspective. As Steve mentioned, we are in, I would say, the final stages of our review of IEP, the Interagency Ecological Program. So I'll walk you through some of the recommendations from that review. Then I'd like to just briefly touch on some of the upcoming transitions in membership on the Delta ISB and our thoughts about upcoming review topics.
Liz, could I interrupt very quickly? I just want to do a time check. Jessica, what do you think? We had
budgeted originally for the 5-year review an hour, but I think staff can scale back our presentation on that. We can keep on track.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And I think my half of the presentation is not 50%, so it's like 2/3, 1/3. So anyway, so just in terms of the IEP review, I wanted to update the council on the review process. The ISB membership basically used a variety of ways to look at the IEP. So we have had through the review process, as well as over the years, regular interactions with the IEP. We considered previous reviews of IEP, our own experiences in terms of working in scientific organizations. We also did a comparison with some other science programs to see how they are organized in comparison to how the IEP is organized. We reviewed documents produced by the IEP, and then we also did a questionnaire which reached a very broad swath of the community. We basically sent the questionnaire to all of the attendees at the IEP workshop in 2018 and received, I believe it was 140 responses. And then in addition to that, we did targeted interviews with people who are involved with IEP in various roles. And actually those interviews are, I would say, were the most informative part of the review process and form a lot of the basis of our recommendations. Okay, so in terms of our findings, we separated our findings into two sort of broad areas. The first is what IEP does, and then the second is how IEP works. And so I'll start with the recommendations that tie to what IEP does. So the first is that we were really impressed by the monitoring and the monitoring data that IEP has compiled over the years, and we recommend that the core monitoring and reporting functions of IEP must be continued into the future. Secondly, we also highly value the decades-long data sets that have been developed by the IEP, and recognize the value of long-term data in coping with rapid environmental change. We'd like to see this long-term data be promoted through powerful and consistent statements and examples. Okay. Even though we value the data, we think that there is room for improvement in terms of data management. So we'd like to see greater accessibility of the IEP website and data portals. IEP is already addressing some of those concerns, but we appreciate the data availability, and we want to make sure that it's available to the larger scientific and management community in the Delta. Number 4 relates to the monitoring technologies that are currently used. And what we'd like to see, or what we're recommending, is that basically the monitoring activities continue, but that there be an eye toward keep being nimble and being able to adapt those monitoring techniques as new monitoring methods come online. And also occasionally to sunset data that are no longer useful, or maybe have been replaced by other approaches. Okay. And then finally, we have some recommendations with respect to resources. So there are quite a lot of resources for IEP in the area of compliance monitoring, but we also see the value of other approaches. So, for example, the role of IEP in developing or being engaged in experimentation in the Delta, as well as the need for more synthesis activities that make use of both the long-term data as well as the ongoing data. We see a lot of opportunity for experimentation and synthesis to guide both the short and long-term management and decision-making in the Delta. Okay. So the second part of our recommendations address how IEP works. And you can see here that IEP has quite a complex organizational structure, which has good and bad aspects to it. So the first of our recommendations is for IEP to undertake a formal, transparent assessment to develop a set of goals that will define its mission and activities in addressing the diverse management needs of the Delta. Secondly, we'd like to encourage IEP to think about its organizational structure and whether the directors, staff, funders, and stakeholders might be organized in different ways that perhaps would allow them to be more effective. And then recommendation number 8 is an encouragement to IEP to prioritize its activities. As all agencies are facing limited resources, it's important for IEP as well as other agencies to think about ways to either leverage new funding or develop present as well as potentially new partnerships that allow allocation of resources to both existing and future activities. And then, So just before I transition, so those are our recommendations. At this point, there is a public draft of the IEP review. We hope to finalize the review at our upcoming meeting in September and hope that the council will take a look at the full review and, let us know what you think, give us guidance for moving it forward into the future. So just a couple of brief things. So as I mentioned, I'm one of the original 10 members of the Delta ISB membership, and our terms are limited to a decade. So in the upcoming year, we will see 5 members of that original team transition off the Delta Independent Science Board. I've highlighted the 5 of us who will be transitioning off. And this slide gives you a sense of both the diversity of the board in terms of time of service with the board, as well as the different areas that we represent in terms of expertise. So we do not get to choose our successors, but we are involved in the process with John Calloway and others who are looking for new members, basically by advertising the openings and reaching out to our colleagues and networks to spread the word about the opportunities of being engaged with the Delta Independent Science Board. And then finally, you can see we have a lot of activities on our plate, but we're also thinking about the future. By August of 2020, when the 5 of us rotate off the board, we expect that all of the current reviews will be completed or will have a public draft available. And so we've begun discussions about what might be some topics for future reviews. We're doing this in sort of a tentative way. We think it's important for new board members to come on board with a sense of direction and an expectation of some of the work that lies ahead. But at the same time, we don't want to over-prescribe what they'll do. So ideally, what we would do is have one new review launched in the spring that could engage new members as they join the board. And so we're in the process right now of having discussions about new topics for reviews, thinking about emerging issues and challenges in environmental science at large, as well as emerging issues and challenges that are specific to the Delta. And we believe that this process will help the board as it transitions to new memberships, and it also helps John in thinking about what expertise might be needed as we recruit new members to the board. So that's all that I have for you this morning, and both Steve and I would be happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you very much to both of you, and thank you for thinking about transition. Any questions from the council members?
I have one.
Maria?
Thank you again for the report. On page 29, item 8, without wanting to get too much into the organizational issues, you have to be strategic, efficient, effective, IEP should prioritize its activity to justify additional funding and or relocate resources among existing activities. Somehow, I was curious too, is that an organizational issue, a prioritizing issue? I mean, is something not happening that it should? Or how do we improve it? Or what are the concerns behind this, in a sense?
Right. I think our perception was, and it was based on the interviews as well as the survey responses, but it seems that IEP is pulled in many directions and sort of means different things to different entities. Also, some of its funding is compliance-driven, and some of its existing relationships are, potentially could change, which could leave it in a vulnerable position. And so basically, we're recommending a prioritization of activities that are based on both the present funding structures as well as the potential opportunities for new partnerships and new funding opportunities.
And what is the process of going through that? I mean, this is a good concern, it comes, on the radar, and how would you internally do that? Is it reorganization? Is it rethinking the major mission? I mean...
So we were very cautious about being prescriptive about how some of these recommendations would be implemented, because we feel like this is really, we're bringing to light things that we think IEP should be thinking about, but we also recognize their autonomy and that they should have, the ability to work through some of these issues themselves. So we're basically recommending that IEP think about how it's structured. Are there ways to make those structures be more efficient? Are there partnerships that they are not presently engaged in that would open up new opportunities? The Delta science and management landscape is very dynamic, and so we're just encouraging IEP to look for those opportunities.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I always get, excited about rethinking something and because these organizations or these structures have to rejuvenate themselves with time. And
Yes.
And I'm always, and a lot of times, a lot of things in our mind, but the implementation of it might be onerous and might be hard. But it's important to keeping them on the radar all the time and to rethink the structures we have to make them more efficient.
That's right. And we also thought that just going through the process of thinking about the organizational structure and the existing partnerships could be part of the revitalization of IEP.
Of course.
It could lead to new or renewed engagement with the stakeholders.
Thank you.
And I was just going to add, I think it was mentioned that the report will be presented to the directors of IEP. The report will be presented to the directors of IEP in December or November? I forget.
That's right. At the December meeting, members of the Independent Science Board will meet with the IEP directors.
Great. Thank you.
Steve, on the monitoring work, you touched on redundancy and doing the inventory to better assess that. Will your report stop at data collection, or will you venture into synthesizing the data and addressing what some of the subgroups in the Science Funding Initiative have identified, is that we're collecting more data than we can currently synthesize in a timely manner, and that's a problem.
Yeah, I believe the inventory itself also asks questions about the data availability, the access to the data, and and synthesis as well. So those issues are addressed in the inventory.
Good, thanks.
Ken?
Just very quickly, kind of to bring what Steve talked about on monitoring and Elizabeth on IEP and Maria's comment, it seems like efficiency is a big benefit that the science program and what we bring to the table. So I just don't want to lose that's, to your point, efficiency is good public policy. And maybe, we're seeing a lot of examples where that's what the program brings. And that's a real positive. I'm seeing it in the ecosystem amendment. So thinking from a messaging point of view, I mean that, somehow the things that we're doing is improving efficiency. And if we're more efficient, we should be spending less of the public's money. Just something to keep in mind as we talk about this.
Oscar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just on that point, actually, Ken, when I look at the work plan and I look at what all is happening, I think it sort of supersizes the work plan that we have already become familiar with in terms of what staff are doing. I mean, it sort of doubles down on the efforts that are happening that aren't necessarily right in front of us to see when we ask the question, kind of what are we doing, where are we headed for the next couple of years. It sort of almost sort of begs the question of including the work plan that you've provided us here with the work plan that we're seeing, so that there is a better understanding and a perspective of just the depth and the breadth of all of the things that are happening, and keeping that in front of us so that when the questions come, because we're not all going to be here forever, the answer is already sort of self-evident.
Yep, good suggestions. Thank you very much for your time today, and thank you for all the hard work on the reviews. The magnitude of what you guys are doing is big, so thank you.
Thank you for coming all the way from Oregon and from VMI.
Thank you.
So on to agenda item 10, draft Delta Plan 5-year review report.
Yeah, I'll jump right into this so that we have enough time for discussion, and we'll try to deliver the staff's presentation as concisely as possible here. So in our 5-year review of the Delta Plan, we've been before you several times this year to share the results of stakeholder interviews as well as staff insights and lessons learned. And in April, we presented initial findings and recommendations and sought your input and guidance in order to develop a full draft report of the 5-year review, which you have before you today. The general finding of the review is that no immediate additional amendments are identified to the Delta Plan, although we've certainly identified some key issues key issue areas that we recommend warrant council attention over the next 5 years. Another key finding in the report is recognition, as you've been hearing throughout the day, that the council's regulatory role is growing, and that attention to this aspect of our work requires more council time and resources than it has in the past. So today we present to you the 5-year draft review report with findings and recommendations, with the intent of getting any further input from you and finalizing the report for your approval later this year. The findings and recommendations will be a key input into the development of the council's work planning efforts over the next 5 years. So with that, I'll turn it over to Andrew and the team.
Good morning, council members. I'm Harriet Ross. In today's discussion, we'll be reviewing the draft recommendations report that you have before you today. And we'll also be seeking discussion and input from all of you regarding the identified key findings, recommendations, emerging issues, and the next steps. And then there are three main 5-year review objectives. The first is to reflect on the successes and challenges of the initial efforts across agencies to implement the plan. The second is to focus the council's near-term future efforts to implement the plan, as well as to help shape those future council work plans. And we also identify planning topics and emerging issues that may inform future plan updates. We went over this in detail in May, so I'm just going to go over this quickly. There was an extensive internal and external evaluation of the Delta Plan. All of that input is what forms the findings and recommendations in the report that we'll be discussing today. Back in early March, the council had a retreat, identified a number of priorities for the council to implement in the near term. Those council priorities are shown in the blue box above, and we have prepared recommendations that are discussed in detail in the recommendations report that address each of those council priorities. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all of them, but maybe perhaps the first, just give you an example, flavor of the linkage between those recommendations and the council priorities. One of the priorities was to expand the council's role as it relates to DPIC and using that forum as a venue to influence change. And we have a specific recommendation in the report that links DPIC agenda items to those recommendations and the administrative performance measures that have not been fully implemented and are priorities for the council to implement. Again, here's some additional council priorities that were identified in those recommendations. So moving on to the draft recommendations report that we'll be spending the bulk of our time on today, what I wanted to highlight here is Chapter 2 includes the accomplishments, which discusses the council's significant accomplishments over the last 6 years of Delta Plan implementation. So that is a new section that you haven't seen. Chapter 3 goes over the general findings and recommendations, and Chapter 4, the specific findings and recommendations, and the 4 emerging issues. These findings and recommendations and the topics of the emerging issues were what we discussed in detail back in May, and those have been refined slightly based on council input, but they largely remain the same. The report itself now fleshes those recommendations in much more detail. We've identified priority actions on how to implement those recommendations. And then after today's meeting, we'll be filling out the next steps, Chapter 5, on how to implement and those priority actions that we've identified in the future. So again, the accomplishments, we've identified several major milestones, significant accomplishments that of Delta Plan implementation. And I'm not going to go over each and every one of them. They are described in detail in Chapter 2. If there are any accomplishments that you feel that we haven't addressed or you think that belong in the report, please let us know. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew Schwartz, Supervising Engineer, to talk about the findings and recommendations.
Good morning, council members, Chair Tatayan. Whoop. Thank you. Okay. All right, so in the interest of time, I'm going to move through this really quickly and try not to repeat the things that we talked about in May, because I think we got general concurrence on that, and we've tried to incorporate all of the comments we heard in May. As I move through, we are really looking to, I want to leave as much time to get your feedback and have you talk instead of us. Just kind of thinking about some of these questions. Is there anything missing that you'd like to see in the report? Do you concur with the general and specific findings? And which of these specific recommendations reflect your priorities so that we can incorporate those things into our work plans as we move forward? As JP mentioned, the overall conclusion of the 5-year review was that the Delta Plan in its current form is effectively guiding actions of state and local agencies and doesn't require major revisions for successful implementation at this time, and that we really want to focus on implementation activities of the Delta plan that we have and focus our staff resources there over the next 5 years. And so we've outlined a number of specific activities to do that. And then I think the other thing to really highlight is communication with partner agencies, stakeholders, and the public needs to be a focus of everything we do, and I think you'll see that come through in every one of our recommendations and many, many of our specific priority activities that we want to achieve. In terms of specific findings and recommendations, we've broken those down into 2 categories that we talked about in May, strengthened plan implementation and emerging key planning topics and emerging issues. And I'll talk about each one of those areas a little bit separately, and we'll have time, I'll break up my presentation to try and pull your feedback in on each of those topics, but please interrupt me at any time if you'd like additional clarification, because I'm going to move pretty quickly, I think. So in terms of strengthening plan implementation, this really means focusing staff resources on implementing existing policies and recommendations, and really enforcing our regulations and supporting project proponents through collaborative actions. So we've broken this section into recommendations related to our covered actions process, our performance measures, and then staff development and technological advancement. All right, in terms of our first area, covered actions relating to outreach and early consultation, we really want to be more proactive in outreach and communication with our project proponents and early consultation. And this is really about making sure we're communicating lessons learned with them from past projects, communicating early and often, and expanding the universe of the project proponents that we're really engaging with at an early stage. So not just the usual suspects of the agencies that we see all the time doing covered actions, but all of these other local agencies that are likely to have projects as well. And then expanding the use of council meetings and reports to communicate upcoming and ongoing early consultations and certifications of consistency. And you've seen this morning the first action in that recommendation, where we have a specific priority action to bring you an active projects list each month to keep you abreast of what's going on. And so you'll continue to see that, and we hope to continue to refine that to meet your needs and be more clear about how those projects are moving forward through the process. Other activities supporting this recommendation include presentations from local agencies to the council related to projects and activities in the Delta, and also perhaps some tours and getting you all out to see some of these projects on the ground if we can manage that. Additionally, related to covered actions, we have administrative procedures related to appeals. We've now lived through 10 appeals on 2 different projects, and we think we've learned quite a few lessons from those experiences. We want to make sure that we're bringing that experience back into those procedural requirements without amending the Delta Reform Act or the requirements of the Act. There may be some changes around the edges that we can make, and we would bring those back to you after that thorough review for your approval and review. Adaptive management, another big part of our covered actions process. And here, we really want to enhance outreach on adaptive management and focus early consultation on project-specific needs. What we heard a lot from our stakeholders was that they are very supportive of the adaptive management framework and the generalized framework that's within the Delta plan is clear, and they're supportive of that. But then downscaling that to a project-specific application and then building their adaptive management plan for a specific project is something that they need a little bit more help with and more engagement. And so we want to up our game there. Particularly working with some of the other agencies in this field that also have requirements for adaptive management to build and to develop tools and information. And we've outlined a lot of those strategies in the Delta Conservation Adaptive Management Action Strategy. So we want to move forward with that.
I'm going to in the interest of time, I'm going to provide comments in writing, but this
Okay.
is the one big one that I wanted to address.
Perfect.
Funding, the new adaptive management regime requires a source of funding. And that may be in that last list that you just mentioned, Andrew, but I think in our 5-year review, we need to highlight that a key component to an adequate adaptive management program includes identifying the sources of adequate funding to ensure that it's going to happen. That's tripped up some of the projects that have yet to come to us. And I think we need to, in highlighting that, perhaps we can then help to find new sources of funding to do this very important process.
Really helpful comment. Thank you.
Just to, Randy, are you talking about ongoing funding sources? Is that the challenge, stability and an ongoing funding source for adaptive management?
If a project plan or program comes to us as a covered action and it has an adaptive management component, they must show that it's adequately funded over a length of time sufficient to cover whatever needs may be. That's a new requirement that not every projects in the past have not had to meet that requirement. So it's really important.
Thanks. All right. So moving on to the next component, best available science. And so here again, we want to enhance outreach to project proponents in order to provide support and early consultation for best available science consideration. And this is really about giving new projects the benefit of the lessons learned through the projects that have come before. Each of the projects that were appealed had best available science issues, and so we learned a lot through those processes, and we really want to make sure that we convey that information, make sure projects understand the documentation requirements of the Delta Plan for best available science and how to use the 6 criteria to define best available science. And then again, we want to identify priority topics for research to include in future science action agendas. So this is really, again, closing the loop on relating policy relevant decisions and management relevant decisions back to science and making sure that we're helping inform the science action agenda on the science that we need for these management requirements. So those are the 4 covered action issues. I just want to pause there and see if there are any other comments or concerns, questions.
Ken and then Maria.
Okay, really good, Andrew. I mean, there is a lot of lessons learned in the covered actions, but, I'd like to suggest that instead of the first step in staff bringing back recommendations, I think in the appeals process, the council is sort of front and center. And I would like to suggest that, because we talked about this at the retreat, that lessons learned was important, that we kind of workshop this thing first to get our perspectives on what some of the issues we saw in covered action, and then, kind of merging that with staff's experience so we don't narrow the field too much, because things came up, maybe you've got it all, or maybe we've got a different perspective, but I think that would be helpful in terms of processes, that we kind of jointly talk about this, and then, based on that, we kind of have staff develop recommendations.
Just a question for clarification. Recommendations that are in this report, or recommendations on future covered actions and how we proceed as a council?
Well, from what Andrew's saying, this approach is pretty comprehensive to covered action process, and appeals are part of the covered action. And I saw things in those appeal processes and that, maybe we need to improve on some of, how we interpret different things or what. But it just, we had those appeals, we had those 2 projects, issues came up, the council's the one that votes on appeals. I think it'd be good to try and incorporate what we thought our experience was in that process as part of how staff pulls together this part of the 5-year report. Because I don't know, I mean, you've got the 5-year report, is this the recommendations on covered actions? Is that something that results in future deliverables, or if we want to call them that, so that this is just kind of setting up what we're going to be working on over the next couple of years? Because that's, okay, good, that's important. But I think that may be helpful to get our input as they develop this.
Yes, so Councilmember Weinberg, Andrew just went back to the administrative procedures slide, and you'll see that the draft recommendation at this point is exactly what you're suggesting, is to, as a result of this, go through and review these procedures for recommended changes. And then, of course, we would work collaboratively with each other to figure out what those would be.
Yeah, I'm making a suggestion on process that that there be some workshop in the council, instead of reacting to something that staff brought, that we kind of workshop it first. So that's my suggestion, Madam Chair. And I think it's consistent with the discussion we had at the retreat.
We're talking about workshopping the interpretation of the regulations, or is this responsive when we're talking about evaluating
Yeah, it's just the lessons, talking about the lessons learned. What I'm suggesting is we have a council workshop before staff comes back and asks us to review and approve their recommendations. That's what I'm just saying. There's a stop here with the council to get, so for us to understand what you experienced, for us to share what we experience, where we think changes need to be made or issues addressed, and make it more of a council involvement process.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, Ken, when we proceed to implement this particular recommendation, you're suggesting that we have a workshop, and this review of the administrative procedures, we would workshop the lessons learned from past covered action proceeding?
Just
okay.
From the staff perspective, but also have us as council members discuss, okay, what did we take out of this process? Where do we think, we need to improve things or not? Just that kind of a discussion before we narrow down to, well, these are the recommendations.
Yeah, I'm not sure, that would be a change in what we have planned if we want to schedule something like that before we would finalize the 5-year review. I think right now we're considering what Andrew has on the screen here, talking about the procedures as something that would flow out into next year's work plan.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying as part of the report. I'm saying as we look about, okay, this is the recommendation, as part of that review, that we have, a council involvement process that allows us all to talk about lessons learned and, not get the widest possible discussion on this, because we were all part of those processes, maybe not both of them, but at least one of them.
Okay.
I think
So he's moving us toward implementation and the how we would do this.
And I think that would be a great addition to a specific priority activity that we want to include in the report to document how we'll go about reviewing these administrative procedures. So I think we can incorporate that.
Oh, that'd be great. That's
In a
all.
way, before it becomes a recommendation,
Yes,
we
let's
get a
talk.
chance to,
Yes.
Maria.
Yes, I had, there was, on page 9, there was this whole thing about, which I think also came out in our workshop when we did this brainstorming of coordination among different levels of federal, state, overseeing DPIC. And I know that in the brainstorming sessions, we think and talk a lot about a lot of things, but how much of it is possible or not, or what tools do we have to do that? Like in terms of coordinating, let's say at the federal level and the state level. State level is understandable, but federal level, is it something that is in our reach in terms of the tools we have, both legislative, administrative, or it's more going to be reaching out in a good faith? And that's one general question I have there. And because it's one of the points of accomplishments, and it's something that has been done. So I'm trying to understand in that process, how did we proceed about doing this, and is it something we could really do, and how effective it was or not, because we can or can't do this?
Yeah, so I think related to the federal participation and our coordination with federal agencies, we have a emerging issue topic that's specifically centered on that and talks about some of the good things that have happened in the past and how we've had really good coordination with several federal agencies, but there might still be a gap specifically related to covered actions and our engagement there. And so developing an issue paper that really fleshes out those issues and talks about what has worked, where we might find some answers to what might work better, and moving toward some better some solutions that.
Because there
are
is
within
also
our
a lessons learned there, right, of what
Yes.
can and can't work and how effective it can be. Okay, thanks. And then again on page 12.
When you're giving these page numbers, what
This is
document?
our slides.
Oh, the slides, okay.
And overall conclusions. The first bullet talks about the Delta Plan in its current form is effectively guided the action of local and state agencies. And then the one before the last, a stable and consistent plan and regulatory framework supports sustained implementation. So in the light of, I'm just wondering, how do then change come into this? Do we think, by saying the Delta Plan is in the current form is effective guidance, and then, of course, the bullet before the last kind of reiterates that concept, that because there was a structured plan. And so in that scenario, when we do the amendments to the plan or change or whatever that comes in as a result of adaptive management or all that, how would that be worked into our conclusions?
Maybe I can answer that. So I think, one of the things that we've experienced over the first 5 and 6 years of implementing the Delta Plan, a lot of that time was spent fulfilling the commitments that the council made in the original plan. So looking back, we have done, I think it's 7 amendments to the Delta Plan since 2013. So we've essentially been constantly amending this plan. And some of the feedback we heard from stakeholders, and I think just even recognition from those of us who have been working on these issues is, to the extent there is a need to amend the plan, a severe gap that's been identified. For example, when we did the CSO amendment, that was a gap that was created by the fact that the Bay Delta Conservation Plan had gone away, and now the council needed to make new recommendations. I mean, there are going to be times when it's still appropriate for us to amend the plan. But I think what we're looking for in the next 5 years is that what we want to keep doing is continuing to change the plan every time new information comes along? Or do we have a stable regulatory framework that we just spend time implementing for the next 5 years, recognizing that at any given time the council can decide to amend the plan? But I think at this point right now, finalizing the ecosystem amendment and then really allocating significant staff and council member time on implementing the plan.
And you might get in the middle of the pull and push of do or not because of the stakeholders, other agencies.
Correct. And the climate change vulnerability assessment work that we have going on could also lead the council to conclude that there are certain aspects of the plan it wants to amend.
Thank you. Good. Thank you very much. And I wanted to compliment you on this little chart on policy. And next time when it's bigger, it's going to be on page 19, slide 10. That little, I'm going to use this for something else. It's really good.
Slide 19, she's referring to the dynamic.
It's very,
about policymaking.
Thank you. I'm done.
So we're going to save Andrew from going through the rest of the slides and just ask questions?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
Okay, because you're up against lunch.
I don't want to get trapped between you guys and lunch.
Judge?
Yeah, how does you slot in the notion of environmental justice in what you're doing? I mean, how does that mechanically work? Or if it doesn't mechanically work, how do we make that part of any decision we make?
Perfect. So we've identified 4 key planning topics and emerging issues. One of those is environmental justice and disadvantaged communities. We fully recognize the importance of these issues. It's been a priority for both the last gubernatorial administration and this one, clearly. It's been a focus of new legislation. It's been a focus in each one of the appeals. We heard it through the stakeholder process. This is clearly a big issue. So there's a lot here because these issues are important both in the Delta and where water exported from the Delta goes. And there's considerable complexity in issues related to identifying where these communities are, what are the characteristics of these communities, how do we communicate with them. It's difficult. They're dispersed and oftentimes not really well organized, so that you can have some leadership person that we can talk to and get perspectives that reflect the wider group. So we've outlined an issue paper that we would like to take on to really tease out these issues, engage with a broad sectors of the community, to kind of look at the best available science here and tease out possible policy responses that the Delta Plan could offer. We're also already working on a public participation plan that I think you've heard about before, which will really help us articulate how we would go about identifying and talking to these folks and getting them engaged in our process and getting their feedback. So that's how we're kind of thinking about that.
Is this a kind of a template now that we would utilize in issues that you've described up to now? I mean, I'm talking about whether it's climate change or anything else. I mean, you're developing a template that would be used as a mechanism to examine any issue as it might affect disadvantaged communities, for example.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that is a fair statement. We are currently looking at it in terms of the climate change and resilience study that we're doing, and we're in the middle of really putting together an approach specific to that project, but really we're looking at a wider use agency-wide, and I think the first opportunity we'll be able to use that approach will be through the climate change project. So.
I think this is an approach that's going to give the council more chance to look at the information and weigh the options and think about policy implications before embarking on an amendment. So,
Just with respect to, John, getting social science and issues of that nature, is that part of your thinking in terms of the science? It's not just simply the science we heard this morning, but it's broader.
Correct. That's the Social Science Task Force really is addressing some of those issues that you've just brought up, trying to identify what we currently know, what some of the gaps are, and how we could really instigate much stronger research in that area that would inform the policies that have been talked about.
Ken?
I'm glad, Judge Damerel, you brought this up, because one of the questions, I think maybe you answered it, Andrew, was kind of our definition of disadvantaged communities goes beyond the Delta, because the nexus with water supply reliability, Sigma compliance, I mean, that has a huge effect on disadvantaged communities and agricultural regions outside the Delta. So we are going to look at those effects beyond just within the legal Delta.
absolutely, and there's actually a graphic that ended up getting cut from the final report because we couldn't get all the ADA issues worked out prior to including it, but we hope to get it in there in the final. That really shows one one methodology for screening and identifying disadvantaged communities, and we have a close-up for the Delta, and then a statewide map with all of the areas where Delta water goes and the disadvantaged communities within those to really highlight that issue.
Yeah, my comment would be to support that with some text also that makes that distinguishment. I just have one more question, sort of comment on the Delta as place. You're seeing that as kind of a paper on best available science? Because in reading it, I was starting to think, gee, are you talking about a new chapter on that? But you're not. You're talking about preparation of an issue paper with best available science. Not sure, we've talked about the social science task force and that being communication. We've talked at the retreat about how do we better communicate with the Delta community. Maybe we need to flesh this part out a little bit better, because I'm not quite understanding what we hope to come back with this, or maybe just explain it a little more, because that seemed to be a significant item for us. And just knowing, no, we're not talking about redoing the chapter, we're talking about something else. But, maybe better understanding of what that is, how it, how that dovetails into our relationship and how we communicate. Because we hear a lot of comments, from the community, and not sure where we want to go with this.
Yeah.
You want to speak to that, Andrew? I mean, you wrote that section, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was something that we heard from the stakeholders, many different stakeholders, and their trajectory on it may have been a little bit different, but many of them, the Delta, in Delta stakeholders, the out of Delta, this Delta as an evolving place concept, and that it needs to be better defined, and we want to set, what are the baselines and the goals for this. And then we looked at what the Delta Plan says, and like as an example, the Delta Plan includes a core strategy to maintain agriculture. And so thinking about that in terms of the evolution of the Delta and the stresses on the Delta, maybe moving forward a strategy that favors improving Delta agriculture and evolving Delta land uses to be more sustainable might be a more tractable approach to that issue. Something like policies and recommendations that favor agriculture that doesn't contribute to subsidence or contributes to subsidence reversal, those kinds of ideas, getting those more front and center into the plan. But before we embark on an amendment to Chapter 5, let's really think about the social science research, the other science on land uses and agriculture and what's happening in the evolution of the Delta, climate change, and think about what the policy responses might be before we jump.
No, that makes perfect sense.
That's the idea there.
Yes, that's for me. That makes it more understandable.
Any other questions? Oscar?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ken, for that. Appreciate to underscore the notion that Delta as place is an essential part, rather than Delta as thing. It's Delta as place, right? Because people live there, they work there, they eat, breathe, all that. So I think that's a significant component of whatever we do going forward. So the other part that I'll sort of underscore, I think, and I see it kind of evolving thematically, is the notion of better coordinated, I'm going to lose my place here, but better coordinated and more outreach and early consultation with folks to recognize sort of what the covered action entails. And it kind of goes back to my comment about the status of the status report of what does that mean exactly? How do I distill what the status of these projects are? And you were asking for feedback, so I keep going back to that. But I recognize and I see throughout this document repeatedly the notion of better coordinated, more outreach, local, and I see that kind of reoccurring. And I would emphasize the importance of that, because it's not, this isn't a, I mean, the work that's the council is embarking on is not about gotcha. It's about bringing folks along in education so that they can more proactively be ready for what is coming, right? What that covered action, that breadth of work that's going to be found. And so I think for me, understanding maybe an example, or not necessarily today, but understanding kind of what that outreach looks like and what does that education look like, and how can we support your efforts in doing that going forward? Because this is a newer agency and there is a lot to be learned. And as we're learning ourselves, certainly applicants are going to be learning as well, and we don't want them to be surprised. So I think that's the goal. I think that's what's happening now. That's sort of in its infancy, but I see that certainly as something that was a theme in the outreach efforts for the 5-year review.
I think just on that topic, just popped into my mind that we are developing this public participation plan that we've talked with you about, and trying to figure out how to best conduct outreach on that, and be creative in bringing the conversation to groups rather than expecting groups to show up at meetings. And so actually, I think it's either next week or the week after that Brandon Chapin from our meeting services team is going to be taking some of those ideas and soliciting input from the Delta Protection Commission's advisory committee. So I expect that we'll hear a lot about that we can incorporate at that time.
Yeah, just to riff on that a little bit, and I think it comes out pretty clearly in the report, that this is one of the things that we really learned from our lessons learned, is that there was a lot of confusion up front and early on, and what it meant, what was a covered action, and how do you comply with these regulations, and self-determinations of consistency, and we're really, I think, making a lot of progress in that area, having worked with these agencies and talked to them, and the comment letters that we send early on to make them aware, hey, this policy and this policy and this policy look like they apply to your project. You might want to look at that, and we're here to help you work through that. And so I think that's really, all these things line up to try and set those pieces in order early on during project development and formulation, so that it's not at permitting when there's really not a lot of
No, if I could just follow up. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for that clarification. And there's probably nothing more scarier for a local agency to hear a state agency say, we're here to help you. So despite the well-intended meaning of actually trying to help, there's probably nothing more scarier than a local land use authority hearing that there's potentially another land use authority, right? And so I think that, to the extent that we can get in front of that, would help everybody.
Okay, I think, any other questions? Nope. Andrew, go ahead.
Yep. So the next steps, as Jessica mentioned, we're working toward finalizing the report. We'll incorporate what we heard today and bring you back a final version for endorsement in October. It's our timeline right now. And then we'll begin operationalizing these findings and recommendations. And so there's a number of these recommendations and priority activities that we can begin to implement right away. In fact, some of them we've already begun to implement with
Active projects list.
Yeah, active projects lists, and we're already working on climate change and public participation and many of other things. And then some of these other heavier lift, resource-intensive activities, we'll need to talk about priorities and timelines for those, and that, I think those discussions can occur through our work plan discussions with you all as we develop those in the future, working out, through the next 5 years. That all sounds good. We will see you back here in October.
Yeah. Thank you very much to the 5-year review team. Tremendous work. Thanks.
We got it.
So we're breaking for lunch, and council members, please return at 1 o'clock sharp to start the
I can
hearing.
set my
Thank you.
iPhone.
Yeah, I got a charge.
Okay, welcome everyone. We are now turning to agenda item 11. The next item for our consideration is the public hearing for the proposed amendment to Delta Plan Policy RRP1, prioritization of state investments in Delta levees and risk reduction. Good afternoon. I am Susan Tatayan, Chair of the Delta Stewardship Council, and I will be acting as today's hearing officer. It is 1:01 p.m. on Thursday, August 22, 2019, and we are here today at the Park Tower Plaza second floor conference center, 989th Street in Sacramento, California, to receive public comments orally and/or in writing on the proposed rulemaking for Delta Plan Policy RRP1, which would amend the California Code of Regulations, Title 23, Sections 5001 and 5012, to implement the Council's Delta Levy Investment Strategy. The purpose of this hearing is to receive public comments on the proposed amendment to those regulations. Witnesses presenting testimony will not be sworn in, but council members and staff may respond to comments. We will take under submission all written and oral comments submitted or made during this hearing. The council will also respond to comments concerning the proposed amendments in writing in the final statement of reasons for this rulemaking. This entire hearing will be recorded by a certified court reporter. The transcript of the hearing and all written materials presented during the hearing will be made part of the rulemaking record as appropriate. We will start with the staff presentation and recommendations, then hear public comments, followed by council deliberation. And with that, let's move on to Jeff Henderson and presentation.
Thank you, Chair Tatayan. May we have the PowerPoint, please? Good afternoon, council members. I'm Jeff Henderson, Deputy Executive Officer for Planning for the Stewardship Council. I'm joined this afternoon by our Legislative and Policy Advisor, Ryan Stambra, as well as Senior Water Resources Engineer, Aaron Mullen. And we have a brief staff presentation for you ahead of the hearing this afternoon. By way of overview for the presentation, we will review the background behind the Delta Levees investment strategy and the council authorities that enable potential adoption of the regulations associated with the DLIS. We'll cover prior council actions related to both the DLIS and Delta Plan amendments to incorporate the DLIS. We'll talk a bit about the levy investment and risk reduction strategy itself and the process used to develop it. We will review the proposed regulatory amendments that are before you for consideration and are the subject of the hearing this afternoon. We'll talk about some of the mechanics of the rulemaking process and then finish off with a staff recommendation followed by the public hearing. By way of background, as many of you are aware, the Delta includes more than 1,000 miles and the Sassoon Marsh includes more than 230 miles of levees, many of which were constructed during reclamation. And today's system and the uses that have grown around it reduces flood risks to people, to property, to water supply, and the Delta ecosystem. Delta levees are built to varying standards and generally require maintenance and upkeep. Levee failures could result in catastrophic flooding that could lead to injury, loss of life, and damage to property, infrastructure, and environmental resources of importance to all Californians. The Delta includes both project levees and non-project levees. Project levees comprise about a third of the Delta levees. These are part of the state plan of flood control, and they represent a joint state and federal commitment and investment. These are largely administered by the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. Non-project levees make up about 2/3 of Delta levees. These non-project levees are privately owned and operated and supported by state financial assistance that's largely managed by reclamation districts. This recognizes the principle that Delta levees provide benefits to the whole state, aligned with a beneficiary's pay perspective. The state provides, again, financial assistance to maintain and improve Delta levees, and the state budget essentially leaves discretion to the Department of Water Resources and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board to determine how to spend money on both project and non-project levees. Following Hurricane Katrina, the state legislature looked to place increased focus on the need for spending priorities to protect people, property, and state interests in the Delta, and thus create a comprehensive strategy to prioritize levee investments. These factors influenced itself the development of the Delta Reform Act. I'm going to cover some of the council authorities that are aligned with the Delta Plan and the Delta Levee Investment Strategy that lead us here today. First, the co-equal goals that all are aware of in terms of restoration of the Delta ecosystem and provision of a reliable water supply in the context of protecting and maintaining the Delta as an evolving place. The Reform Act also enabled and directed development of the Delta Plan and established some criteria for flood risk reduction to attempt to reduce risks to people, property, and state interests by promoting emergency preparedness, by promoting appropriate land uses, and by promoting strategic levee investments. The Reform Act also includes a provision to recommend priorities for Delta levee investments, and we'll return to that one in a moment. But then the Reform Act also enabled the council to do two things. One, to adopt regulations to put into place certain provisions of the Delta Plan. And two, to request agency reports on implementation activities associated with the Delta Plan. Returning to Water Code Section 85306, this is one of the provisions of the Reform Act that directs the council to recommend priorities for levee investments. And it states, the council, in consultation with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, shall recommend in the Delta Plan priorities for state investment in levee operation, maintenance, and improvements in the Delta, including both levees that are part of the state plan of flood control, so project levees, and non-project levees. I'm now going to turn it over to Aaron to summarize some of the prior council actions to date, as well as lead us through the process to develop the Delta Levees investment strategy.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm here to discuss the background and the evolution of the Delta Levee investment strategy, beginning with its adoption in 2013 to the formulation of the updated regulation that we are here to discuss today. The original Delta Plan was adopted in May of 2013. Chapter 7 of that plan was dedicated to reducing risk to people, property, and state interests in the Delta. The chapter included the current Risk Reduction Policy 1, or RRP 1, and the Risk Reduction Recommendation Number 4, or RRR4, which I will be discussing further. RRP 1, or the current interim guidelines, guided discretionary state investments in Delta flood risk management. This included emergency preparedness, response and recovery, and Delta levee funding for maintenance, operations, and improvements. I would like to note that the 2013 RRP1 regulation does not define these terms. The interim policy established 3 benefit categories and 3 goals within each of these categories. The policy expects the Department of Water Resources, or DWR, to balance the goals over time. This is the current 3x3 prioritization that makes up the bulk of the current regulation. As you can see on this table, the benefit categories are broken into 3 buckets. These are local flood protection, levee network, and ecosystem conservation. In addition to RRP1, Chapter 7 of the 2013 Delta Plan also included Risk Reduction Recommendation Number 4. This regulation is the commitment that the Council made to develop a robust methodology to prioritize state investments in the operations, maintenance, and improvements of Delta levees to replace the current interim prioritization. This recommendation states that the new prioritization shall be consistent with the provisions of the Delta Reform Act in promoting effective, prioritized strategic state investments. It goes on to state that priority should identify guiding principles, provide a basis for public reporting, and be considered for adoption into the Delta Plan. In 2014, the Council and its staff began the work to fulfill this commitment. We began with the principles of protecting state interests in the Delta. The Council identified state interests as public safety, property and infrastructure, water supply reliability, the Delta's unique ecosystem, and Delta as place, which considered important roads, valued farmland, and legacy towns. In order to reduce risk, it was important that we have a clear understanding of what risk is. For the purpose of the DLIS methodology and subsequent prioritization, the Council defined risk as a probability of a flood event happening multiplied by the consequences of the flood. This graphic shows you approximately the process that we went through with the DLIS. The estimated risk was calculated with the decision support tool. Risk is measured as the expected annual fatalities, or EAF, and the expected annual damages, or EAD, that we can expect to see from each island and tract without further investment. These metrics supported the Council's deliberations as it developed its prioritization. The development of the DLIS prioritization was an iterative process. As the methodology evolved, each piece was brought forward to the Council for their feedback and approval. To help illustrate the scope and breadth of this effort, I would like to step through a few of the key milestones. In 2014, after kicking off the DLIS process, the Council was presented with a document called State Investment in Delta Levees, Key Issues. The paper helped guide Council members and assisted in their decision-making process. In 2015, the Delta Flood Management Investment Strategy Principles were presented to the Council. The principles reflect discussions among Council members at the March and April 2015 meetings and advice from consultants, stakeholders, and staff. With the principles in hand, staff began developing the draft DLIS methodology. The methodology was given to an independent scientific review panel in 2015. The panel's report on the methodology was presented to the Council in August of 2015. Incorporating feedback from the review panel, the DLIS methodology was finalized in 2017. One milestone that I would like to highlight is the Council's Memorandum of Understanding with the Department of Water Resources and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. The MOU established a formal working relationship to administer plans and policies regarding state investment in levee operations, maintenance, and improvements. This MOU provided the foundation of an interagency work group that includes staff from the Department of Water Resources and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board and the Council. This work group continues to meet regularly, twice a month, to facilitate and collaborate on the implementation of the DLIS amendment. The DLIS Chapter 7 Delta Plan Amendment was adopted by the Council in 2018. Now I'd like to step through the public engagement process that the Council undertook. The DLIS amendment was developed through an extensive outreach effort that included 44 Council meetings, a public joint meeting with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and 71 outreach meetings with stakeholders ranging from environmental interests to flood managers, Delta opinion leaders, and members of the public. Council members and staff met with other state agencies over 60 times and held 12 public workshops to discuss the D-list amendment. There we go. And what did we get for all this work? Today, we have an adopted amendment to the Chapter 7 of the Delta Plan that includes the D-list prioritization. The amendment established a 3-tiered priority list of Delta islands and tracts for state investment in levee improvement and levee rehabilitation. This map shows the physical location of each of the islands and tracts that are included in the D-list prioritization. A more detailed map has been developed for the Delta Plan and will be incorporated as Appendix P. The very high priority islands are centered in the areas with the highest risk to population, property, and water supply. Islands and tracts in the high priority category have levees that protect critical habitat, roads, and valued agriculture, while islands and tracts in the other category represent the lowest risk to state interests. Thank you for your attention, and I will now hand it back over to Jeff.
Thank you, Erin. Okay, I'm going to continue to summarize some of the prior council actions, and this really centers upon the council's 2018 Delta Plan Amendment adoption. As you'll recall, the council in April 2018 adopted a resolution, Resolution 2018-01, that did a number of things. It amended Chapter 7 of the Delta Plan, as we described, to incorporate the Delta Levy Investment Strategy that Erin just summarized, and to amend Policy RRP1 to establish those 3 D-list priorities, very high priority, and other priority, for each Delta island and tract. The Delta Plan Amendment also added new terms that are used in Policy RRP1 to the Delta Plan glossary, and we'll go over those terms in a moment. The Council certified a program environmental impact report for the Delta Plan amendments, which provided California Environmental Quality Act consideration for adoption of the amendments. The Council also directed staff to initiate a rulemaking process in order to amend Section 5012 and implement the amended Policy RRP1, as well as to add the new definitions that were added in the amendment to Section 5001. That's essentially why we're here today. The Council's action also authorized the executive officer to make non-substantive and technical changes that were identified and directed by the Council at the April 2018 meeting, and those that have been identified subsequent to that meeting. Now we'll walk through individually the components of what is being proposed as an amendment to Section 5012. These are essentially the components of Policy RRP1. First, Policy RRP1 provides that funding for, let me back up a step. There are terms that are used throughout these policies: levee maintenance, levee improvement, and levee rehabilitation. We've highlighted those terms where they're used in the regulation, and when we've finished walking through the regulation, Ryan will take us a step back and walk through the proposed definitions to those terms, which we understand are part of what folks want to comment on today. Policy RRP1 provides that funding for levee maintenance will continue to be available throughout the Delta where it's authorized by the existing subventions program. This is essentially subsection A of the proposed amendment. The proposed amendment also identifies the D-list priorities by individual island or tract that are meant to guide state discretionary investments in levee improvement and levee rehabilitation. This is subsection B1. The proposed amendment would require the Department of Water Resources to fund levee improvement and levee rehabilitation projects on very high priority islands or tracts before funding the same types of projects on high priority islands or tracts before funding the same types of projects on other priority islands or tracts. This is subsection B1. The amendment also requires the Department of Water Resources to annually submit to this council a written report that includes specific information about its annual decisions to award state funds for levee improvement and levee rehabilitation projects, subsection B2A. It also includes a provision that when the department's contributions toward such projects in the Delta would deviate from the D-list priorities, so if investments somehow deviated from the very high other priorities, the annual report would identify how that funding is inconsistent with the D-list priorities. In other words, how did the variation occur? It would describe why the variation from those strategic priorities is necessary, and it would explain how the funding nevertheless protects lives, property, and state interests. This reporting requirement is essentially offering a certain level of transparency regarding the decisions and how the decisions align with the priorities. And I'll turn it over to Ryan to summarize the terms that we're using for improvement, rehabilitation, and maintenance.
Thanks, Jeff. Good afternoon, council members. As Jeff noted, the proposed version of RRP1 seeks to add a number of definitions to distinguish between the types of flood management activities that would be subject to the regulation. It should be noted that the definitions of the terms on this slide and the next were drawn from DWR's Delta Levee Subventions Program guidelines. The proposed language defines levee improvement as an action intended to reduce flood probability, thereby providing a higher level of flood protection, while levee rehabilitation, as proposed, emphasizes restoring a levee to its previous level of protection. With regards to levee maintenance activities, the proposed language places an emphasis on the preservation of the levee in its current condition and includes a range of examples as well. Now, the activity-related definitions are important because they define the scope of activities in which the regulation would apply. For instance, under the version of RRP1 adopted in the 2013 Delta Plan, discretionary state investments in Delta levee activities relating to operations, improvements, and maintenance, including those investments funded under the Delta Levee Subventions Program, are subject to RRP1. However, as proposed to be revised, RRP1 would not apply to discretionary state investments in maintenance or operational activities. This is important and based in large part on the discussions and feedback the council received from stakeholders, as well as the council staff's own analysis that the state's funding of such activities is critical, and the approach to determining which maintenance-related projects are funded should remain as currently constructed. The proposed regulatory language would, however, apply to improvements as well as rehabilitation activities, which is an eligible activity for funding under the subventions program as well as other programs. And then finally, there are a handful of non-substantive changes to the proposed regulation since the council's action last April that Jeff alluded to, and I'll briefly highlight. These include clarifying DWR's reporting requirements to the council, clarifying a reference to rehabilitation, adding definitions to distinguish between the three priority tiers, as well as some minor cleanup and editing. And I will turn it back over to Jeff.
And I'll now summarize the rulemaking process that brings us here today. The council, associated with essentially as follow-on from the adoption of RRP1 in April 2018, you'll recall also the council directed staff to initiate rulemaking, which is essentially a process that is required to allow those enable those regulatory policies to be enforced as regulations. The council, as part of this rulemaking process, issued a notice of proposed rulemaking that was filed and published in the California Regulatory Notice Register on July 5th of this year. That initiated a 45-day public comment period from July 2nd through August 19th, or Monday of this week. And that notice also noticed the public hearing that's occurring this afternoon. As of the deadline on August 19th, the council had received 26 comment letters on the proposed regulation. I would note we've received several others since Monday, and my understanding is those are all being provided to the council members for your review. We've received several as of this morning as well. All of the comment letters that we've received are available on the council's website at www.deltacouncil.ca.gov. And as we'd indicated earlier, written responses to each comment received would be provided to the council in a final statement of reasons, which we would bring before the council prior to council action related to the proposed regulation. I want to take a moment just to summarize for council members some of the themes that we've heard in the comments, in the sense of what we've been able to determine from the comment letters that we've reviewed since Monday. And we understand this will probably be a lot of the types of comments that individual commenters will offer the council this afternoon. First, we've received a number of comments about alignment of the definitions that Ryan just mentioned with the objectives of other state and federal programs, that essentially the definitions proposed by the regulation are not aligned with sort of common definitions for these terms that are used in other state and federal programs. We received a number of requests for extension in terms of requests for the council to delay action on adopting the regulations, to provide additional time for dialogue and comment. We received a number of comments about the consistency of the proposed regulation with existing laws and authorities. A number of comments claiming that the regulations would add additional process and delays to processes that are essentially working without improving outcomes. Comments that stated that the estimated annual damages methodology that Aaron mentioned as part of the DLIS process should account for system-wide economic impacts as opposed to island-specific or tract-specific types of impacts. We received a number of comments questioning the adequacy of the economic analysis that's offered as part of the initial statement of reasons supporting the regulation. We received a number of comments stating that the council's conducted insufficient consultation in order to develop the priorities with the flood board. And we received a number of comments addressing the potential for the priorities to result in reduced funding for levees protecting small and vulnerable communities. In addition, we've received a number of comments addressing environmental justice considerations associated with that potential for reduced funding. I want to bring the council's attention to a number of supporting documents that are provided as part of your staff report. The first is a resolution that we will be discussing today associated with the public hearing. The second is a copy of the resolution associated with the Delta Plan amendments adoptions from 2018. Third, in attachment 3, you will find the proposed specific text of the amendment to existing regulation sections 5001 and 5012. Attachment 4 is proposed Delta Plan Appendix P. These are the maps that Erin referred to in her portion of the presentation, depicting the islands or tracts in each of the proposed categories. Attachment 5 is the initial statement of reasons, which includes the economic and fiscal impact assessment that the council prepared describing the economic and fiscal effects of the proposed regulation. Attachment 6 provides changes to the regulation that staff has proposed since the April 2018 adoption. And Attachment 7 is a summarized version of the economic and fiscal impact statement. So staff's recommendation to the council this afternoon is that following completion of the public hearing, the council adopt proposed resolution 2019-02, which is part of your staff report as attachment 1, that would authorize the executive officer or her designees to prepare written responses to public comments, to prepare other pertinent documents, including the final statement of reasons for the council's consideration, to incorporate any changes the council may identify at today's meeting and other changes necessary subsequent to the meeting, and then to present the proposed regulation, including any proposed changes and documents, to the council for consideration and possible adoption at a future council meeting, in addition to taking such actions and steps necessary to effect the intent of the resolution. That concludes our staff report, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Aaron, Ryan, and Jeff. Now we will turn to public comment. To the members of the public here today to comment on this agenda item, please listen closely to the following instructions. We want to make sure that everyone who wants to provide comments has an opportunity to speak. To my colleagues on the council, please withhold comments until we've heard from the members of the public. If you wish to provide comments, we ask that you fill out a blue speaker card. If you do not wish to provide comments, but would like to receive notices related to the rulemaking process, we would ask that you fill out the attendance sheet at the side table. If you wish to submit written comments at this meeting, please give them to Brandon Chapin, waving at all of you. And now we will listen to public comments in the order we received the completed blue speaker cards. And I would ask that if you have already submitted written comments and you wish to speak today, please summarize your written comments. And for those of you who are representing several organizations, if you could just summarize the themes of the comments from those organizations. And after we hear from everyone who has filled out a speaker card, we will hear from any latecomers or anyone else who wishes to be heard. We reserve the right to impose reasonable time limitations on oral testimony, and in the interest of time, we respectfully request that you not repeat written comments you have submitted or will submit. And similarly, if you agree with comments made by a prior speaker, simply state that fact and add any new information that you feel is pertinent to this issue. And finally, when you come up to speak, we ask that you do certain things so that the council, audience, and court reporter may hear you, and so that your comments are entered into the records and responded to appropriately. First, we ask that you come to the microphone where you are called to speak. Second, please begin by stating your name and identifying the organization you represent, if any. So now we'll begin receiving public comments, starting with Dante John Namalini, representing Central Delta Water Agency. At the microphone. Good afternoon, Dante. It's been a while since I've seen you. Well, Tom Zuckerman, my alter ego. I'm Dante John Namalini. I represent the Central Delta Water Agency. And the procedural aspect of this thing is well known to all of us. We've had some differences with the council, and I think we have adequately challenged every action that's been taken so far. We would hope to avoid further action with regard to this particular regulation. And we met with staff the other day, and it indicated a little bit of promise that maybe if we worked hard enough at presenting an alternate amendment, that it could be received. And we've so done that. And I'd like to just briefly refer to those slides, if we've got them up. All right, let me get that control, please. Basically, they're the same thing that the staff has been presenting, but what's happening here with your regulation, as we view it, is that it seeks to take the resources for rehabilitation and improvement away from the interior of the Delta and put it all in the red areas on that map. Now, the red areas on that map include, on the eastern fringe, urban areas that are federal, state plan of flood control projects that are funded totally independently of the Delta programs. The Delta programs are two: subvention, which was mentioned, and then the special project program. The special project program, in addition to subvention, is directed at improvements specifically, and they get allocated. So what's going to happen here, if you adopt that regulation, the area up there that's not red will be precluded from assistance for rehabilitation and maintenance, which is necessary because a lot of those levees out there don't meet an engineering standard yet.
And it's very important to get those levees up to an engineering standard in order to assure that if there is a disaster or an emergency, that federal assistance will be available, both from FEMA and for the project levies with regard to the Corps of Engineers. So it's a big mistake to take the funding away from that. And what we've done in our proposal is said, okay, let's keep rehabilitation and improvement for that entire area, but the area that's not red would only be built up to the agricultural standard, the agricultural engineering standard. It would not go to the 3 feet above freeboard or the urban standards. And we've suggested that priority be allocated with funding. And I put in my written submittal the plan that we had submitted at the request of Joe Grindstaff when he was with CalFed to take, at that time, there was like $726 million allocated to the Delta levy programs. And he asked us to submit a plan, and we had $100 million a year with 44% for throughout the Delta based on DWR's priorities, which would be the red, and 44% that would be spread Delta-wide to bring those levies up to an engineering standard, not the urban standard or a real high standard, but an engineering standard rather than no standard, and then 12% for maintenance for the levy program. DWR kind of had been working along that framework with some variation, and we commend them for doing that. And we think it's been an efficient program. It has a few interruptions. Some of the hundreds of millions of dollars went elsewhere, but politics being what they are, the governor or whoever reallocates those funds. So we ask that we go to that type of an approach. There's two things going on in your co-equal goals. One is reliability for water, and the reliability is not on that eastern fringe. The reliability that's affecting the water project's operations and most of the agriculture is in the interior of the Delta and the western Delta, not the eastern fringe. The eastern fringe isn't where our water problems are. Secondly, your staff, and I see it on the signs around here, talks about preserving the Delta. Your statute says enhance. Preserve, protect, and enhance. It's the enhancement that will be impossible if you don't improve interior Delta levees to some adequate standard. The other thing is you're inconsistent. That regulation is inconsistent with prior law, and I've cited it, and basically the legislature made a finding and a determination that the Delta should be retained in it with its present physical characteristics, and that was as of 1973. It's recognized that you can't reclaim every island, like Little Frank's Track or something like Frank's Track was flooded. You know, it's just not practical to do it, at least it hasn't been practical. So we've attempted to go forward with this. We've suggested that you don't have authority to adopt mandatory regulations, that your authority is limited to recommendation, and it should be a joint recommendation. And our hope is that out of this hearing, rather than adopt what the staff has recommended, that there's direction, if there's any doubt about our proposal, that you direct them to get together with the locals, DWR, and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board and see if we can work it out. It'd be a lot cheaper to do it this way than the hard way through the legal process back up and down. And I think clearly making it a mandatory regulation is not authorized. Anyway, I'd be happy to answer comments, questions, but I realize you want those at the end. I'll stay to the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Dante. Next, we have Gilbert Cosio. Afternoon, Gil.
Good afternoon, President Tatayan and members of the council and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Gilbert Cosio with MBK Engineers. Our firm represents about 40% of the Delta 33 reclamation districts, mostly in the north and central Delta, a couple in the south Delta. So we cover quite a bit of the area that will be affected by these changes. I don't want to dwell on some of the things you're reading in the comment letters that are coming in, but I want to kind of offer some suggestions on moving forward, just like Dante just did. First, I want to commend your staff. When they got wind around August 1st that we were concerned about what was going on, they jumped right on it, contacted us, got together at the monthly Delta Levies meeting and met with us separately to hear what our concerns were, and I think it went real well. We kind of took their feedback, and like Dante said, we kind of redrafted some of the definitions and changes to the water code and whatnot that we think kind of fits in the way you're heading, but it kind of covers a better definition of what we actually do out there. So as far as what we're doing in the future, I think we have a chance to fix some mistakes that were made in the past. You know, we were heavily involved in the DLIS, and we suggested a lot of different changes, and at that time, we were told we could not use information that wasn't publicly available, which is too bad because there's a lot of old data that isn't really pertinent that went into the DILS and the modeling effort that went into that. And it never really looked at the existing programs. The levy program, as we know it, both special projects and subventions, has a lot of the key ingredients you're looking for already embedded in it. It was designed essentially to what you're supposed to be doing, the co-equal goals. We know that there's an emphasis on water supply, so that was designed into it. We knew that the habitat had to be preserved, so that was designed into it. We had a watchdog agency, Planning Conservation League, Jerry Merrill and his staff watching over us like hawks right at the beginning. And then in the mid-90s, it was actually changed to actually enhance habitat. So we cover all the co-equal goals. It's just that we didn't do it in the form that the DILS requires it. But what we did do is we worked with the flood board, and we kind of walked through what was required. And every year we made addenda to the requirements of the subventions and special projects to cover. Essentially, we adaptively managed to change where we needed, and it's worked out really well. And as a result, since SB 34 passed in 1988, which reauthorized the program and provided more funding, not one levy has failed due to flood-related forces, which I think is huge because when I got involved with these levies in the mid-'80s, you talk about risk and the probability of flooding and consequences. There was a 100% probability these levies were going to fail. And we had to survey every levy in 1984 because FEMA wouldn't pay us for our 83 flood damages until we surveyed them, and those surveys were eye-opening because they really hadn't been comprehensive surveyed for over 5 years. And we found that some of these levees were 3 feet below where they needed to be to meet the minimum HMP, 1 foot of freeboard. And so that's what we've done through the subventions and special projects, gotten those levees raised in a lot of cases over 3 feet, in one area 4 feet, which seems unfathomable, but we did it. The problem is they're not completely stable like they should be, like Dante explained. We were heading towards the state required minimum, what they call the Bulletin 19282 requirements, which was developed after the state and federal governments went through about 10 years in the 70s and early 80s to develop criteria for levies. So what would I suggest going into the future? One, look at some of the factors that went into the DLIS. And one thing that has come out of your process, we've complained about use of the DREAMS study as part of the DLIS. Well, in 2016, your independent science board put on a great seismic workshop. I think it was July of 2016. You brought in the USGS, and they presented papers on what they had been studying on earthquakes in the Delta. And at that time, they had recently installed motion sensors in the Delta that were able to record the ground motions as a result of the Napa earthquake. And what they found is that, contrary to what DREAMS had estimated, which they estimated the foundation and materials in the Delta would amplify ground motion, it actually attenuated. And so they estimated what DREAMS used for earthquake ground shaking is actually off by a factor of 2 to 4 times. And so changes like that are out there that you can incorporate into DLIS, I think, and reduce some of the effects that, or the results that DLIS comes with. The other situation that came up more recently, when we're going through the Delta plan, our company and Contra Costa Water District, others, requested that you guys do some hydrodynamic modeling because there had been a certain amount of hydrodynamic modeling in the past that estimated water quality impacts with levee breaches. And at that time, we were told that, again, you guys were not going to do additional work during the DLIS.
Well, last year, one of our projects, the McCormick-Williamson tract, ran into a little bit of a problem when DWR did their own hydrodynamic modeling and found out the opening on McCormick-Williamson to let tidewater in was actually going to be big enough that it would cause water quality problems at the South Delta pumps. So you can imagine where McCormick-Williamson is on the northeast part of the Delta, a little opening of 500 to 1,000 feet was going to affect the pumps in the South Delta. Imagine what's going to happen if Staten Island or Tyler Island or Bolden or some of those other islands along that corridor connecting the water projects to the Sacramento River failed. And that's the kind of information that'd be nice to have, because I think you'll find out that all these levees have some sort of impact that hasn't been analyzed or determined yet. So lastly, again, I'm going to be one of the ones that's requesting a delay in the decision so we can sit down and talk more. We've already started the dialogue with your staff, so we'd like to continue that. And I think somehow somebody has to make an objective analysis of what the current levy program has resulted in, because we've saved the Delta. You know, our charge, if you go back and look at Water Code 981, 12981, was to keep the Delta in its present form. All the levies stay up. And we've done that by spreading the money out towards all the districts, not focusing on the highest risk areas. And in our mind, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, and so the benefit that we've gained and the risk that we've reduced is huge compared to individual islands that through DILS may not be as highly favorable. And so we ask that you incorporate some sort of changes to make it more reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Gil. Chris Jernell, Deputy Director, Department of Water Resources.
Good afternoon, council members. It's been a while since I've been up here in front of you. I know most of you, but not all, and I look forward to more conversations in the future. First of all, the Department of Water Resources, and just for the record, my name is Chris Jernell, Deputy Director for Integrated Watershed Management at the department. So, the department absolutely values and appreciates the opportunity to weigh in on this. I'll echo Gil's mention of the collaborative nature of the conversations, especially recently with your staff, other stakeholders. We very much value local agency, federal agency, other state agency involvement in this conversation, and really look forward to that, certainly going forward and into the future. In the spirit of that collaboration, I just wanted to leave you with 3 main comments today. And we're not submitting written comments from what I understand, so this is going to be the extent of those right now. First is the department encourages the Stewardship Council to thoroughly review the comments that you're hearing today, and also those you're receiving in written format, of course. This goes without saying, but I definitely want to make the department available to help out in that process to the extent that we possibly can. There's a good collaboration that's been cemented through the MOU process that staff mentioned earlier today, so to the extent that it's appropriate, useful, lean on us for that work and for that help. Secondly, and this was also mentioned by some of the stakeholders or the commenters so far, and I'm sure it will be the rest of the conversation today, the Delta Levy Subventions Program is arguably one of the most successful funding programs that the Department of Water Resources runs or has ever run. Not a significant levy break for a long time since investments have been ramped up. Clear process of collaboration, good communication, very responsive DWR staff to the needs of local communities, counties, reclamation districts. And because of that, much for those reasons, we fully intend to move forward with the implementation and oversight of that program, much as we do today. And what that will likely result in, and likely is probably a conservative way of putting that, what that probably will result in is that there will be variance between some of the investments that we make through that program and the priorities as laid out in the Delta Levy investment strategy that you're contemplating today. We think that those are going to be defensible, and we look forward to using the process that is outlined in your proposed regulation to be able to justify those variances, show why they are absolutely important for the protection of communities, protecting other assets, state interests, as was laid out, and beyond. And I'm happy to talk more about some examples of that if you're interested. Lastly, and similarly, through agreements with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the department and the board are responsible for the maintenance of around 380 delta levee miles of state plan of flood control levees. And because of those prior commitments that are about as hardcore as they get, as far as commitments between the state and the federal government in the water world, there will also be likely variance in those investments, in those 380 miles from your proposed delta levee investment strategy. And so in those cases, we will do exactly what I just mentioned that we would do in the subventions world, and that is to annually, as part of our reporting requirement, document those variances, justify them, and be open to whatever further dialogue is necessary around those. But just want to be very clear that given those two responsibilities, both on that state plan of flood control levy side and also on the subventions program side, and with the added layer of success historically with both of those types of investments, we're looking forward to using the annual reporting process to document that. So thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions later on in the conversation. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Chris. So we have quite a few speaker cards, and I do want to leave time later for our council to ask questions of some of the commenters. I think that between Dante and Gil and Chris, we were averaging 3.5 minutes. So if the remaining speakers could take no more than 3.5 minutes with your comments, I think we can get through most of the speaker cards and then proceed with the question and answer session. So next up, we have Darren Swin with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. Hi, Darren. Good to see you again.
Good to see you as well, Chair Tatayan. Good afternoon, Council. Darren Soon, Legislative and Policy Advisor for the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. We appreciate the opportunity to be here this afternoon and comment on this item. I first want to thank staff as well for meeting with us the other week to talk about this issue, and want to recognize the MOU that we have enacted between our three agencies, DWR, ourself, and your council. The board, in addition to being a regulatory agency that ensures appropriate standards are met for construction, operations, and maintenance of the flood system, we are also developed in 2012 in concert with DWR and updated in 2017 the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. And within that plan, we encouraged and emphasized the need to advance operations, maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, and replacement, and bringing our non-project levies up to PL 8499 standards in addition to our state plan of flood control levies. In focusing on OM, RR, and R, we also adopted a resolution 2018-06 that defined the criteria for those. Our concerns today is the proposal before you will contradict what the board and DWR have determined and defined as OM, RR, and R, and would further complicate our ability to implement our subventions program, a program that's been in operation for over 40 years, one that's administered hundreds of millions of dollars during that time. So we request respectfully that in concert with or in compliance with the MOU that we have in place, we would respectfully ask that you delay this decision and allow us to continue to work with you and the department and our local maintaining agency stakeholders to endeavor to find a solution to what's being proposed that would allow us to all operate within our respective roles and responsibilities. With that, I'll conclude my comments, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Darren. Next up, Tyson Zimmerman.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Tyson Zimmerman, and I'm a trustee for Reclamation District 830. And a couple of things I'd like to say is that Reclamation District 830 has had a historic commitment to complying with the water code regulations and keeping the levees intact. And it's one of the, we actually represent, we're actually Jersey Island, which represents one of the 8 western islands that helps keep that water supply intact. RD 830 has historically had a high assessments for the to fund these operations, and the state and other exporters have benefited, in our opinion. One of the things I like to bring up is the term that was kind of recharacterized a little bit in my understanding as the rehabilitation. This is a vital component that we go towards maintaining existing flood controls, and it shouldn't be subject to the discretionary investment strategy. Furthermore, any changes to this could potentially cripple the reclamations district and other reclamation districts' routine operations by inserting an element of financial uncertainty. So I'd just like to respectfully ask the council to consider all of the comments that have been brought and any of the alternative language that's been provided by my district and others through this comment period. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Next up, Justin Fredrickson, California Farm Bureau Federation. Afternoon, Justin.
Good afternoon. Try and move quickly. First point, sort of overarching, is I would urge the council to allow subventions, the subventions program that is working well, to continue to work. This council appropriately can guide, advise, recommend, but should not be overriding or conflicting with programs that are working well. Key points related to that, sort of subpoints, and things that the rule needs, I believe, needs to make unequivocally clear. And I say unequivocally so that it's not subject to erosion, also known as inadvertent mission creep, which is something everybody's concerned about. The first point is the priorities, it should be clarified, are advisory, guidance, and policy direction only. The second point is the variances identified in the DWR's annual report as proposed do not trigger covered action, consistent finding, or appellate authorities of the council. The third point is the definition of maintenance is revised to conform it to existing federal and state definitions and practices with respect to rehabilitation as part of ongoing levee maintenance. I also wanted to call attention to some of the historic points that are very good in the Central Valley Flood Association letter, where they talk about where we were and to where we are today. In the past, we had year-to-year failures of delta levees. Today, we have almost no failures of delta levees. And that's thanks to the subventions program and to the marvels of modern engineering, which involves raising levees up to an engineering standard, as Mr. Nomalini stated and as Mr. Cosio explained. That's what has worked so well in the Delta, and that's what needs to continue to work. That's where we don't want guidance from the council to interfere with ongoing maintenance, including rehabilitation, and getting these levees up to the Bulletin 192-82 standard of the DWR. And then lastly, what is at stake here? Namely, the risk of losing eligibility for federal repair funding in the event of failures, which is a big deal. And also what that would do, which is to break this long tradition of local, state, and federal cooperative cost sharing on successfully maintaining these delta levees. Thank you.
Thanks for coming, Justin. Next up, Alf W. Brandt, California State Assembly. Good to see you, Alf.
Thank you. Always great to be back in front of the Delta Stewardship Council. You're doing important work here. So I want to start with thank you. I can't thank you enough. I've been involved in this Delta levy and priorities of how we invest in money since 2005. Since we really, after Katrina, we started paying more attention to this. And I can't thank you enough for doing the kind of careful deliberation. I mean, it's been a decade since we passed the statute. And the kind of careful deliberation you do, and the engagement. I mean, look at this, look at the engagement of who was here, but look at all the meetings you've done. I mean, that list was impressive that I saw in the PowerPoint of all the meetings and all the things you've done. That's an important part of getting to this, but getting to a statewide perspective. That's what's critical. That's what your responsibility and your job is. And so I want to thank you for all the work you've done to make this far. Let me emphasize the importance of what you're doing. You're exercising the state's interests. The legislature a decade ago gave you the responsibility to exercise and set priorities. It's not a thing you could do, it's a thing you shall recommend priorities. And in previous appearances, I've talked about recommend and how that really was a balance of the only other ones that could overrule you or override you is the legislature. But you're the ones, in essence, by requiring that you do it and providing for you to adopt a plan and incorporate this into the plan, we expect you to see you do set the priorities. Because we haven't done it. It's been a decade. We have not stepped in to say, these are the priorities. It's difficult for the legislature to do. That's why we wanted to have you do the kind of process you've done to go through the careful deliberation that we just don't have the time to do to set these priorities. So it's critical. But let me emphasize in response to a couple of comments. In 2009, we said, we're going to give it to the Delta Council. We had tried to give it to the Resources Agency and asked them and required them in the state budget of 2006 to set priorities for Delta levy investment. Gave it to the Resources Secretary to work with DWR and Flood Board and at that point the Reclamation Board and and Fish and Game. They did not do it. They came back. It was really tough. They came back and all they said was, well, here's some ways you could think about it, but there were no priorities. So I will go so far as to say, we repudiated the 30 or 40 years of how we had been doing things, well, since 83, so that was 25 years. We repudiated and said, it's up to you, because we've been trying to get priorities, but they're not coming. So we're going to give it to the Delta Stewardship Council. It really is your responsibility. If you look at the whole act, it's about preparing for change. We're not trying to maintain the Delta exactly as it was. We did that in CalFed, and that really didn't work. It started changing in ways we didn't expect. So that's why we have you come back and do the plan every 5 years, because it's going to change. Delta is all about change. So that's really what we want to emphasize. You're authorized to set the priorities. You're required to set the priorities. And let me just make another point on private levies. We didn't, in the Delta Act, you'll also see there are findings. It's not our responsibility to bring them up to standards. It's not our responsibility to take care of their levies. It's up to them. We created a subventions program to help them, but it's not our responsibility to do it. It's up to you to set state priorities.
Great, thank you all. Next up, OSHA Meserve. Good afternoon, OSHA.
Good afternoon, thank you. I'm here on behalf of local agencies of the North Delta and a coalition of reclamation and water districts in the Northern Delta, and we've been interfacing on these amendments going back to the adoption of the original plan, as Randy's nodding. Anyway, very concerned about the adoption of these amendments as regulations. It will only make things worse. And, I definitely agree with all of the commenters that you've heard from, except for Mr. Brandt. And I assume that when he says we, he means the legislature. So just to make that clarification. And I think you have to look at the statutes and read them and interpret them as, on the face of them. That's the best evidence of what the statute says, is reading the statutes. I don't think they could be reinterpreted here. So we do request So there's been a lot of the writing submitted, and I assume you will all review that. I think some of the big failures are the failure to address the levies as a system and how they work together by kind of picking winners and losers in advance. Also, it fails to give RDs the certainty that they need to conduct ongoing work with their levies and also to respond to real-time conditions. If they're having to swim upstream to try to deal with something that might have been unexpected or might not have been considered when this set list was made on your map. So I would request a delay to work out a better solution with the stakeholders. I think you've heard a lot of thoughtful analysis from a lot of people who work almost 100% of the time on flood control issues here in the Delta, and I think they should be listened to. Especially with respect to using outdated information and maybe some of the things that could have been done a little better back in the prior iterations. We should take this opportunity before we cement anything in regulations to get things as correct as possible and get rid of the overlaps and the inconsistencies, because it's not often I can stand up here and say, I agree wholeheartedly with what DWR said. So these regs are not the solution. We appreciate the work of staff. We appreciate your process, but we ask that you would continue it and try to get to a better outcome and actually improve things rather than making them worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Osha. Next up, Deirdre Desjardins.
Thank you. Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. Alf Brandt referred to a statewide perspective, but the regulations before you have a statewide perspective only with respect to benefits, not with respect to cost allocation. And I did some research, and I'd like to remind the Delta Stewardship Council that the original proposed cost allocation method by Arcadis was the separable costs remaining benefits methodology. And for some reason that was not carried forward. I'd like you to remind you about that cost allocation methodology. George McMahon said, SCRB can also guide the determination of state interest by purpose, because when allocating costs downward to the local management agencies, those agencies can receive benefits in different forms. Some benefit from flood risk reduction, some benefit from water supply reliability, and they may benefit from more than one, so there can be different state local management agency shares depending upon purpose. That can inform that cost sharing, and then, of course, the ability to pay. As opposed to your regulations, under this cost allocation methodology, benefits for water supply reliability would be allocated to the beneficiaries. And my oral comments point out the Department of Water Resources owns most of the land on Sherman Island and Twitchell Island, and purchased that land to allow variance in the salinity compliance point for the North Delta Water Agency contracts. These variances provide major benefits to SWP deliveries, but as a result, the land use has changed to grazing, which is low profit and provides low revenues. Your ability to pay analysis only includes the revenues from grazing for Sherman Island. And furthermore, I don't know how Clifton Court Forebay got into the Delta Levees investment strategy. The embankments of Clifton Court Forebay are not levees. And not only is there a significant benefit to maintaining Clifton Court Forebay to the state water contractors, they're legally obligated under the Burns-Porter Act that all sales of water sales from the State Water Project are obligated first to maintenance and needed repairs or replacements of that facility. So I would urge you to take Clifton Court Forebay completely out. of the proposed policy. It's not a delta island. And they're not levees. The outer embankments are part of the structure, and it's documented in Bulletin 200. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deirdre. Next up, Melinda Terry.
Good afternoon. It's been a while. Melinda Terry, Executive Director of the Central Valley Flood Control Association. And yes, with the exception of Alf Brandt's comments, I would like to support the comments of the others. A couple of things maybe just to add is, making have and have-nots in terms of the prioritization. I don't think it was fully analyzed really in that economic analysis. So, for example, if you have levee failure on one of those other islands because it was lower priority and these funds were redirected to other higher priority agencies, it really can end up increasing those maintenance costs now for some of those other districts that are on your higher priority. And you may have to rock them. You may have to raise them. Those may not be as beneficial for fish, and you may have lost a levee that had some, good riparian habitat for fish. So there's that kind of analysis that I think really has to be thought about, but we certainly really do hope that you will consider delaying decision here, really relooking at and revising this proposed regulations so that it is clear that it is some recommendations and not assuming the role of dictating where the money appropriated by the state legislature to DWR is allocated. And then maybe in the future, really think about another role where it would really be important and helpful for the Stewardship Council is if you show that map again that you have from your regulation of the colored where the money goes in prioritization. What's not really clear in the write-up for you either is the fact that there are multiple levy grant programs that could include being spent in the Delta beyond subventions and special projects. And so, for instance, for the urbanized areas, they may be utilizing the UFER, the urban program. Others may be using the small communities, and they may be combining different funds to do different things. But something that the role that the commission could do, and is kind of, I think, the oversight and coordination role that the legislature was looking for is, it would be nice that amongst all those different programs, because then the DWR could come report to you of how they really have spent that money from those different programs, not just Delta subventions and special projects, so that you really get a feel, for how that total amount of money is being spent. But also the other thing you might really want to look at is get a real good baseline of where that PL 8492 Bulletin 192 is going. And then as a performance measure, you then can each year track how many miles. When did you finally achieve the point where you can declare victory? And my green light is flashing, so I'll just leave you with a thought, because I think the benefit to that for everyone is once we can have those performance measures of tracking that and showing that you've achieved those levels and that now you're receiving federal money from both FEMA and the Army Corps when failures occur, that's the performance measure that the legislature would like to see and may appropriate additional amounts when they're appropriating funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. Next up, Dan Whaley.
Good afternoon, Council. Dan Whaley. I'm a Delta resident. Just briefly, a couple of comments. It appears that there are assumptions made in the report that base your statistical analysis that give you the results you want, as opposed to identifying all the different assumptions they're making to get to that result. Not analyzing all the little Delta communities throughout the region and just analyzing this from an agricultural standpoint can't be logical to save the Delta region. Lately, the Delta has been doing very well because of the remarkable work of most of the reclamation districts. And we now have a new component that's not mentioned anywhere in this report of a National Heritage Association. Nowhere in the analysis do we talk about the highways and roadways that run through the entire Delta that support a tremendous volume of traffic. Even more so now that Google sends everybody from the Bay Area up through the Delta. But at the intersection of Highway 12 and Highway 160, I believe it's something like 50,000 cars go through that intersection. So to analyze these levees only on the basis of failure and non-repairable, when you don't look at the entire area and what it does to the community of California, is not reasonable. And therefore, I would request that you at least employ independent experts to analyze this circumstance besides just your staff report or your staff analysis, so that you get something that you feel comfortable with on an independent basis that will protect us all in case there is an earthquake, in case there is a failure. Because it doesn't seem that we're analyzing the whole big picture, the view from 30,000 feet. And so on behalf of all the local Delta communities, we strongly support additional money to the reclamation districts so that they can keep their eyes on the system and do what they've done so well for the last 100 years. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Whaley. Next up, Doug Brown. Hi, Doug.
Thank you, Chair Tatayan and council members, and it's good to be here today. I am going to get into the weeds a little bit, but I'll try and make it fairly quick. I have concerns related to the just the inconsistency between the actual regulations and the staff report and the notice of intent. I was really kind of confused as to what the council would be considering approving. And so I looked at the legislation, and I would disagree with Mr. Brandt related to the language there, and agree with OSHA as far as it states that the council, in consultation with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, shall recommend in the Delta Plan priorities for state investment in levee operations. And so then I looked at what is being proposed and the specific amendment, and that discusses that the DWR should fund projects at the very high priority islands and tracks, subject to consideration of the benefits, cost, engineering considerations, and other factors before approving projects at high priority islands or other priority islands. And so that kind of made sense to me. And then I looked at the staff report and thought, well, okay, it says it should recommend and it should do these things. And then it states on page 4 that the proposed amendments would also direct the Department of Water Resources. I was thinking, well, where did the authority come from to actually direct the Department of Water Resources on this? So I looked at page 5 of the staff report, and it identifies objectives and benefits of the proposed amendment. And it says the board objectives of the proposed regulatory amendments are to achieve the requirements of the Delta Reform Act, so going back to that specific regulation of recommend. And then the second bullet says that one of the objectives is requiring the state to first to invest in public resources and Delta levees with the greatest potential to protect people, property, and state interest before investing in other levees. And so another requirement, and I thought, okay, that seems inconsistent. I looked at the initial statement of reasons, and it talked about how the rulemaking action implements, interprets, and makes specific certain provisions of the Delta Reform Act. And so I thought, okay, well, it's an interpretation. On page 10 of the notice of intent, it talks about how that the amendment is to implement and make specific Water Code Section 85306 authority to set priorities. And it doesn't say in the language to set priorities, it says to recommend the priorities. And then on page 17 of the Notice of Intent, it again says it directs DWR to make these changes. And then at the bottom of page 18, it references where DWR, if they have exceptions that they've identified, that they must report each such variance with the reporting requirements required that DWR justify its findings, decisions in light of the established priorities, and that the reporting requirement allows for variances from DLS priorities under limited circumstances and certain criteria, but those criteria are not identified either in the report or in the regulations. And just lastly, in the economic analysis, it again requires future discretionary state investments in the Delta levees, and then again directs the Department of Water Resources. So it seems like there's a clear inconsistency between the Notice of Intent, the staff report, and what's included in the regulations and actually in the amendment. And I think, as others have said, I think we need to take some time to kind of work through that. So thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on the proposed regulation amendment? Okay, hearing no additional, was that someone's hand back there? Nope. Hearing no additional requests, I will now close the comment period on this agenda item. Any written or oral comments received after the comment period has closed will not be accepted as part of the official record on this agenda item. So now we will turn to the members of the council. Would any of the council members like to speak on the proposed regulation amendment? Mike Gatto.
Thank you. So it seems like a lot of the comments we heard today focus on the significance of the word recommend in Water Code Section 85306. And my question or my comment would be, I wonder how much that's a distinction without a difference. If this body is tasked with making recommendations, but those recommendations then are binding for other levels of government, then I'm really not clear why there is such a difference or a distinction between being drawn by some of the speakers by whether we enshrine those recommendations into regulation or whether we just vote on them or issue a policy. There is, as far as I'm concerned, no legal distinction between putting them in regulation versus us passing them versus us agendizing them, discussion on this at a regular meeting and making recommendations. I mean, if they are, the key thing is not the binding quality on the issue or on the recommender, it's the effect that they have on other levels of government. So I would caution people away from getting too hung up on that. I also I take to heart what Ms. Meserve said, that we have to go by the language of the statute. To me, that language is relatively clear, and it comports with what I just said. But we also had, speaking before us, the person who drafted the statute, and that is Mr. Alf Brandt. And, his comments carry some weight with me because, again, he drafted it. He's sort of the framer of this. So I would caution people away from getting too hung up on that technicality. To the extent that there are substantive comments, that's great. But for me, the procedure or the duty, the ability for this body to make recommendations that carry some force, to me, is very clear. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Any other comments, questions? Randy and then Ken.
All right, thank you. First of all, thank you to those that have come today and have provided verbal testimony, have provided written information. It's very much appreciated. I appreciate the efforts of our staff, and I support the recommendation to not make a decision today other than to recommend continuing the discussions. It appears to me that at the heart of the issues presented is a difference of opinion about definitions, and particularly about rehabilitation. And I think at the core of that is a concern about weakening the subventions program, and that's not our intent. It never has been. The subventions program, I agree with all of the commenters that said how successful this has been. It is an example of a successful state program, probably more than any other that I'm aware of. Where we find ourselves today is that the council was given a job, and Alf, I think, adequately explained what that job was. Our job is to establish priorities for state interests in levy investments. Now, if I am a board member of a reclamation district, my priority is going to be my interests. And my interests are not always going to be in alignment with a larger state interest list. And that's where we find ourselves. The council has tried to find a happy medium along these lines, and I think it's important to remind everyone that the regulation that we are considering applies to reporting. It requires DWR to report annually the levy funding activities. Chris Chernell, I think, adequately explained, and I appreciate, Chris, the way you characterize DWR's readiness to work with whatever comes out of this, understanding that the baselines in the Delta levies is changing, understanding that there are a number of experts at DWR and engineering companies and so on that are going to identify things in a timely manner that are going to require immediate treatment, and it may be in an other priority levy setting. The provisions of what we're considering today don't prevent that from happening. It fully allows the flood board, DWR, to apply funds wherever they feel it's most important. All we're asking for in what we're currently considering is to report when deviations occur and why they occurred. And Chris, I especially appreciate your comment about we'll be able to justify why we have made these changes and maybe have ignored a high priority or a very high priority and funded other priority. So I think I feel comfortable that we've created a framework to allow the kind of flexibility that the changing environments in the Delta require. I also have noted in the comments, there's quite a bit of misunderstanding about the components that are included in the risk evaluation that's included in the decision support tool. We heard about transportation, we heard about water supply, we heard about environmental issues, we heard about property and people protection. Those are all components that are considered and weighed, and the RAND Corporation helped to create this output of a list. So I'm satisfied after nearly 5 years that we're making good progress on this. I'm also satisfied that we need a little more time to discuss some of the details, but I would hope that in a few months that the work that will continue with our staff and those of you that have expressed an interest in meeting with our staff can find a resolution to the remaining conflicts that we have.
Madam Chair, what is the staff recommending that we do? What is your recommendation? I mean, this is a procedural question. Are we continuing the discussion? Are we making a decision? I don't think we're making a decision here, am I? Am I correct about that?
That's aligned with the staff recommendation, yes. The staff recommendation at this point was to conduct the hearing and, as is outlined in the resolution before you, to direct staff to prepare responses to the comments that we've received, and then to bring those responses back to the council at a future date, at which point we would potentially be recommending a council action on the reso.
Will you be talking to some of the speakers here today? I mean, they want more time, and I think that's what you're providing them. We're going to provide them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
My understanding. So that is exactly what we're going to do, as I understand it.
That is the staff recommendation.
All right.
Okay, I think that Ken and Oscar had a couple of comments, questions.
A quick question or maybe a reminder for us of the funding source for the subventions program. Is that general fund or bond funds?
Bond funds.
So as a
Yeah, that's
bond
predominantly been the use of bond funds have funded levy work in the Delta for a number of years now.
So then when that funds run out on whatever the current bond issue, it's dependent on a future bond issue.
That.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So just a process question to begin with, I think to follow up on Judge's question. So a lot of comments, a lot of questions from the public perspective. I'm assuming that staff is going to go back and answer those questions or clarify things that were said that seemingly contradict what has been recommended to date, right? So is that fair to say there's going to be a pretty robust response to a lot of what has been part of the public testimony
We
today?
will
Okay.
prepare responses to all comments.
Okay, so potentially the responses or the questions have generated further analysis or maybe rethinking the recommendations as they're presented before us today, and then assuming that that's the case, we would then get a revised staff recommendation, potentially, right? Depending on what comes of the questions and the answers and additional follow-up. Is that fair to say? I just want to make sure I'm understanding process-wise what to anticipate between now and the very next time that we hear it in a setting where we're going to be asked to vote on it.
A couple of steps involved in our next steps in this process, should the council approve the resolution that's before you today to direct us with next steps. One is, as Jessica mentioned, we are, part of the process with the Administrative Procedures Act is when we receive written comments or comments in a public hearing, we prepare written responses to those comments. And in that process of preparing those responses, it's not uncommon that modifications are proposed to the regulations that are before you. In the event that that occurs, there would be a renoticing process. We would accept additional comments and bring the items back to the council in the sense of bringing you back the responses to the comments, any proposed changes that we recommend based on those responses, and then seek at that point the council's potential approval of the regulation.
Okay, just wanted to understand, because I understand, I know the rulemaking process is arduous. There's a whole series of steps. There are timelines, and so it's complicated. I say it's complicated. It's difficult to make changes. It's deliberative, fair enough. And so I just want to make sure that that's on the table still for purposes of what we're being asked to do today, in the event that we decide we want to change course, a little here or a little there, whatever the case might be. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding process-wise that's still on the table, despite the fact that the rulemaking process could be delayed, because I don't know. Is there a time sensitivity to the action that's potentially in front of us? I mean, we've got time, in other words, right? We've got time. Okay. Well, I guess in summary, I'm not surprised that there's been a series of failures prior to our action to create a Delta levy investment strategy. It's complicated. It's not. This is not a zero-sum game. It's not as though we were given a pot of money to say now create a priority. There is essentially no foreseeable new money, but yet we were asked, the prior council was asked to prioritize. So that's a very complicated thing to do. That's like trying to answer the question of pick your favorite child, right? When you know there's going to be less food next week. Well, the presumption is someone's going to eat more than somebody else. That part, I think, is unnerving for people that are here trying to understand exactly what are we talking about when we talk about ongoing levy maintenance and the prospects of new priorities. And so I think what might be helpful is maybe clarifying a little bit more about exactly the dollars that we're talking about, because I think folks are, even just in reading the staff report, it was a little bit difficult if I was new to this game, try to understand what monies are we talking about. And I'm not certain I totally understand it even today, whether or not the Delta Levy Subvention Program is at play potentially for newfound priorities. And so I think that we could maybe just clarify that a little bit more, and I think that's what we've heard today in the public testimony. I do think, in light of this request that we have before us today, and thank you, Chris Turnell, for coming out, I would love to see us at least sit down with DWR to try to figure out whatever recommendation we're going to come up with and whatever path we take for our rulemaking, that we have some memorialization of that with DWR so that there's everybody sitting at the table understands when we walk away what we've agreed to, so that there's clarity about that. I don't know how realistic that is, but I would like to ask that question of Chris. You don't have to answer it, but I would love to have DWR and our agency work together to memorialize the intent of whatever rulemaking process comes out of it. Because once it's in the rulemaking path, many of us who are here today may not be around 10 years from now when the real questions begin to surface in terms of what was intended and what was meant by the conversation. So I think memorializing it in some way would be helpful.
Maria.
Two things, a question first and then comments. In the process, I mean, we heard the staff, and I think there was a very thorough analysis done, and then we heard the opposing opinions. And then in the process, DWR originally was in the process of when we were doing our analysis or not, was a question for me of how close we were in terms of discussing or not, or...
Yes, we've been working closely with both the Flood Board and the Department of Water Resources really since 2010 when the Delta Plan began, and we started talking about the interim priorities, which resulted in the current regulation in the plan. In fact, DWR funded the levy investment strategy work, and we currently have an MOU with both the Department of Water Resources and the Flood Board, and we engage in biweekly meetings with them on that MOU, which relates directly to the Delta Plan and implementation of the Delta Plan.
The reason for my question was that hopefully, you know, it's not like they just heard it for the first time, or this was, so hopefully it's something that when we come back to the drawing board, it's where we kind of get stuck is the interpretation of the rules and interpretation of, let's say, what limits us, what the limitations are, where the opportunities are, and how we explain some of this. So I agree with the staff recommendation of maybe we need a little bit more time to work things out, but also there's also important to understand each other's approach and see where we each are coming from. Otherwise, we can have more time and sit there and not resolve things. And therefore, I think it's very important to not try to weaken the argument of having regulation versus recommendation, because when we all agreed, those of us who are opposing today would want would want that to be a regulation and hold the opinion that was sent out. So I'm saying let's not question the premise of should this hold or no, and we should just recommend and walk away, because when we all agreed, the opposing sides would like that, would not want to just walk away and think, oh, we just recommended something and it's okay. So therefore, understanding each other's approach and not wanting to question the strength and the validity of what comes out of the consensus is going to be very important. And I concur with the staff recommendation of having a little more time.
So I just want to take a moment to note that the Delta Levy Investment Strategy database is a database, and the priorities are not set in stone forever. As Jessica pointed out, we have a memorandum of understanding among the Flood Board and Department of Water Resources and the Delta Stewardship Council. And that working group that meets biweekly is devoted to sorting through how do we implement this amendment to the Delta Plan. And as noted, the subventions program does work well, and as the staff noted, maintenance from the subventions program will continue to be funded throughout the Delta. So as things continue to improve, given the success of the subventions program and these levies that are no longer failing, I would anticipate that through this MOU working group effort, the database will be updated. And I find that this database is extremely valuable, and I would really encourage the local reclamation districts and folks who are on the ground to, if you have time, add to the database. I heard loud and clear that some folks feel that some of the information is outdated. So I just want to say that there is an opportunity to update this database, and between DWR and the Flood Board and the Stewardship Council staff, I think that we can find a way to keep that database fairly current and have it informative and available to the public. So thank you very much, Chris Chernell and Darren Soon, for showing up. And we will be working closely with our counterparts at our sister agencies. So if there aren't any, oh, Mike, go ahead.
I was just going to make a motion that we approve the staff recommendations.
Second?
Okay, motion to adopt the resolution from the staff by Mike Gatto, seconded by Maria Moranian. Any other comments before we vote? Any other public comments? Okay, let's go with the vote.
Madam Chair, can I just ask a question?
Sure.
Would the motion maker accept a slight amendment to direct or ask staff to consider memorializing the intent of the regulations? And it might be premature. I'm asking the question because I think that might be helpful in the event that we're not able to reach consensus by all parties. And it may not be necessary, and I would maybe look to staff to see whether or not that's something we would need to do. But given the fact that we've got an MOU, whether or not expanding that or including some aspect of memorializing intent, or would that undermine?
Would be after the fact,
It would be
because
after
it's
the
still,
fact.
so
Okay.
you as a body need to consider the comments and what you want to adopt
Okay.
before we can
All right.
then.
I'll withdraw that. All right.
Madam Chair, if I would it be possible just to clarify exactly what the council is adopting in the resolution? I think just for the benefit of everyone in the room that
Yeah.
what's before you is direction to staff to respond to comments. It's not adoption.
Correct. Yeah, I want to be very clear. My motion is not to adopt anything today. I think we made that very clear. But it's instead to adopt the staff recommendations, which you went through in detail, which was posted and publicly posted for the feed. And it included a lot of things, but it was everything that you listed, including, of course, responding to written comments, coming back with something concrete for us at a meeting in the near future. Thank you.
Okay, so and Maria, you're.
I second that.
Okay.
Chair Tatiana, you quickly said public comment, and I didn't manage to run up here quick enough. But
Okay, go ahead.
I think there is a little bit of confusion because I think if you're saying, and maybe you're not, that you're going to adopt the resolution and move forward with that next phase of formalizing the regulations, I think that the public does not agree with that, and there is not assent to that. If you want to so I don't think that adoption of the resolution would be the right step if indeed you want to take into account the input of your partners and the public in crafting maybe some modifications to the regulations that you've proposed here. So anyway, I don't know if anyone else has a different take on it, but yes, it does disturb me for you to say you're moving forward adopting the resolution. I think the appropriate thing would be, if you need more time, to just continue the item completely to provide yourself and the public and your partners with the time to make the corrections you need, and then at that point, proceed with the next step in your process.
Can staff put the staff recommendation slide up on the screen so we're all looking at what's on there?
That would be slide 27.
Maybe while that slide is going up, I could hopefully address that since it's my motion. I do not envision that this would stop the public dialogue process, nor have I committed my vote. I don't think anybody on this board has committed their vote to any sort of outcome at this point. But the recommendation today is to respond to public comments, prepare other documents, incorporate any changes, identify the council and other changes as necessary subsequent to the meeting. Those changes can come from the public. That's very important. So if you look at bullet point 3, and then you actually prepare the proposed regulations, which would reflect the valuable input that all of you have provided today. So that's all that my motion includes, is to adopt this staff recommendation, and I hope that clarifies it.
Thank you, Mike. Deirdre.
I want to second Ms. Meserve's concerns. I'm just concerned that the hearing is closed, the public comment period is closed. There are very substantive issues that have been raised, and they can be responded to. But without a commitment to renoticing, it is a substantial closing off of the public dialogue. And I think there are very substantive issues.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I think I can offer some clarification here. The Administrative Procedure Act has 2 paths available, and it depends on the outcome. So non-substantial changes proposed by staff would trigger at a minimum a 15-day comment period, and any substantive changes that required that were more significant would trigger a 45-day notice period with a comment period. So this is not an attempt to shut down conversation, and I think you heard, during the public comments today during the hearing, staff's openness to continue those dialogues. So this is not an attempt to shut down public comment period. This is, the staff resolution would recommend continuing the rulemaking process, which includes public comment periods in either path.
So just to repeat that again, the intent of the motion maker over here, for whatever it's worth, is it keeps in mind the rules and the laws that apply, and so. To the extent that there are non-substantive changes, moving a comma around, something that is not really that substantive, you still get a 15-day public comment period. To the extent that there are substantive changes, and who knows, but I suspect that could happen. It's certainly a possibility. Then that kicks off a new 45-day public comment period. So there will be more public comment. We will take it to heart. We always take it to heart. I read this whole packet. I thank all of you for coming here today. I heard what you said. We're going to try to do our best to take it to light, or to take it into consideration. So thank you.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Let's start with Ken Weinberg on the vote.
Weinberg, aye.
Gatto, aye.
Damerl, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Tatayan, aye.
Maranian, aye.
Villegas, aye.
Okay, the motion to adopt the Resolution 2019-2, authorizing and directing the executive officer and designee to prepare written responses to the public comments received by the council is adopted, and we'll move forward. That concludes this agenda item. Last item is a next council meeting. The next meeting will be in Southern California, September 26th, and I look forward to it.
Agenda item 12.
I'm sorry, agenda item 12. And I thank Ken and Maria again for working so hard on the September agenda.
Agenda item 12, any other public comment?
Any other public comments? Thank you for coming.
Shall we?